এখন আমি অনলাইনে দেখছি। অনলাইনে যারা আছে ওদের দেখতে হবে। হ্যাঁ, পার্টিসিপেন্টের আছে। হ্যাঁ, দেখবো না ওদের স্ক্রিনে। সবাইকে একটু গুড মর্নিং বলবো। Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, both offline and online. So we are going to begin our program almost on schedule. So first of all, at the onset, I would like to invite our guest to the dais. May I request Professor C. Manoharacharya, our chief guest, to please come to the dais. একটু দেখে দাও কোন চেয়ারে আছে। Then Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay, guest of honor. Now, Dr. B.K. Das, Director and Convener, NAAS Kolkata Chapter, Regional Chapter. Professor Rita Kundu, Head Department of Botany. Professor B.N. Chakravarti, Vice President IMS and convener of this, one of the conveners of this event. So it is my honor. Before we begin, we would like to felicitate our guests who are present on the dais. I would request Research Scholars Camellia, please bring forth and give it to Professor B.N. Chakravarti. He will felicitate Professor Manoharacharya. Okay. Next, I would request Professor B.N. Chakravarti to felicitate Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay. Yeah. Take it. Now, Dr. B.K. Das will be felicitated by Kundu. At least and Professor B.N. Chakravarti will now be felicitated by Dr. B.K. Das. Both are joint conveners in the workshop. All three are joint conveners. And it is my honor to felicitate Professor Rita Kulu, Head Department of Botany. Thank you. Okay.
Now this is the chance for another lady scientist and our secretary of this society, Usha Chakraborty, and I request HOD, Professor Isa Kundu, to felicitate her.
Vice versa. Lady
Vice
is-
versa. Too, at least ratio is there on the dais with the gender. You can see that.
I'm very happy to felicitate Usha Di.
Thank you.
তারপরে তুমি বলো, আবার নিয়ে নাও। এবারে তুমি এসে
We also have some of our respected guests of honor who are sitting in the first row, not on the dais. So they will also be felicitated. First of all, I would request Dr. Arunava Vishwas to please felicitate our Vice President, Professor B. Dasgupta. Arunava, the podium. The cake or egg? I would now request Professor B.N. Chakraborty to felicitate Professor Shapon Kumar Datta, former DDG, Crop Protection and former Crop Protection ICR and former Vice Chancellor, Vishwa Bangla University. It's a pleasure to have him here. Shapon da ekটু সামনে দেখে। Okay, now I would request Professor Basudev Dasgupta also to felicitate the speakers of the workshop, honorable speakers. First of all, Dr. Subimal Ghosh with Uttario. After this, Dr. Jayanto Chakraborty. Has he come? Jayanto Chakraborty. Okay. Then Dr. Snehashish Majumdar. Mr. Amal Roy. Amal Roy. And Sri Subrata Ghosh. Okay. I would now request Professor Apurva Kumar Chaudhary, Dean Faculty of Agriculture, UBK, Kuch Bihar, to felicitate the group of scientists from. Okay. नहीं अमर तो नाम बोललाम दुबार बोललाम. Okay, Dr. Amal Roy. Okay, अच्छा अपूर्व ही कर दो. আমি তো ভালো আমার ওনার হয়ে গেছে। Okay, next. Apurva, please felicitate S.K. Manna.
পরিবর্তিত পরিস্থিতি ওই যে অনলাইনে আছে
এটা কি হচ্ছে?
নাম দিয়েছি পাতা
হ্যাঁ, এ আসেনি। Okay, Dr. A.K. Bera, Principal Scientist. They are from the NAAS Kolkata Regional Center. He's from NAAS Kolkata Regional Center. Next, Dr. Raju Boita, Senior Scientist. Raju Boita, please. তুমি দাও এইগুলো চারটে। হ্যাঁ, and Dr. Vikas Kumar, Senior Scientist. Is he present? Okay, so that with this we end our felicitation part. And I would now like to welcome you all heartily for this, the 70-year celebration and the workshop on agriculture and digital era, which we are organizing today. So at this juncture, when the society has reached 70 years, first of all, I would like to remember all those stalwarts who had the great vision to establish a society way back 70 years ago, and which has now progressed, and we have reached at this stage now. And among all our previous presidents, most of whom have passed away, we have four presidents who are still present today. That is Professor Balin Nandi, Professor N. Samajpati is the current president, then Professor P.K. Sengupta, and Professor R.K. Mittal. But all of them, because of their advanced years, and none of them are able to travel. Even Professor Samajpati today morning also, I had called him. He said, Usha, tumra chaliye jao. Amar ekhon ashar motun. He has lots of vertigo problem and his head is spinning. He said, I can't even walk now properly. Maybe if I take more medicines, I may be fit in a few months. Anyway, so I would like to offer my remembrance to all of those stalwarts who have made this day possible. And when we conceived of celebrating this 70th year, we thought that along with that, we will also organize a workshop. And for that, we being part of NAAS-PAAS, this workshop has been organized. And I welcome you all heartily to this function today. So in the beginning of the function, we will have a lecture by our renowned mycologist of our country, Professor C. Manoharachari, who has traveled all the way from Hyderabad to be with us today. And he will deliver his lecture at the end of the first part of the session. Then we will have a tea break and then we will start the workshop. So I would like to welcome all the I would like to welcome all of you once again, all the guests on the dais for taking out your time and coming here. And I hope this will be a fruitful, not conference, workshop and a meeting which you will remember in days to come also. I'm sure we all are looking forward to the next few hours and we would like to maintain time. So I won't be taking much time for this. Once again, my hearty welcome on behalf of myself and of the society. Thank you. I would now request Professor Rita Kundu, Head of the Department of Botany, to address the gathering.
On behalf of my department and on my own behalf, I would like to welcome the distinguished guests, scientists, colleagues, my dear students and participants to the celebration of glorious journey of 70 years of IMS and one-day workshop of NAAS-PAAS. Good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome Professor Manoharachari, former Vice Chancellor, Osmania University. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. Welcome, Dr. Chirantan Bhattacharya, former Vice Chancellor. Chattopadhyay, Chirantan Chattopadhyay, former Vice Chancellor of UPKV, and Dr. P.K. Das, convener NAAS, Kolkata chapter, to our department. I also like to welcome Professor Shapun Kumar Dotto, honorary scientist in SA. I really feel very proud that IMS has completed 70 years of its journey, and in this journey, PG Department of Botany, University of Calcutta, has always extended the hands of cooperation. Today, we are gathered here not just to honor our rich legacy, but to celebrate a vibrant future. Over the last 70 years, the society has been at the forefront of scientific advancement, driven by the passion and dedication of members like you. Was a testament to the enduring spirit of cooperation and shape the future of the society. Forward to a fruitful future with continued excellence and discovery. Lastly, I would like to your participation. We that you will make the most of the opportunities to learn, share, and grow. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Before I request Professor B.N. Chakravarti, I would like to felicitate Dr. Subroto Ghosh, yes. Professor Bashadev. Thank you, Professor Dasgupta. I would now request Professor B.N. Chakravarti, Vice President IMS and convener of this event, to please address the gathering. Short address. Yes.
Yes, there is a time limit for all of us, and we should abide by that because we all are assembled for a very specific purpose, and that already has been explained by both Professor Usha Chakravarti and Professor Rita Kundu. I'm not repeating that, but what I my feelings for this society and currently taking care of the society by our mentor, Sir Professor Nirmalendu Samajpati. His passions, his dedications, his mind, his guidance leading us to move forward. And that as a teacher, what he has given us the mindset we are trying to work out for you all. Actually, last year it came to our mind that we are entering into the 70 years for the society's completion or entry to that. But somehow we thought that we should definitely organize this program at least on the day of completion. And Professor Rita Kundu, Head Department of Botany, she has given to launch this program with a nicest manner. I think it should be taken care that the department head who is collaborating and supporting to host these sort of other thing which I to point out to all of us, former DDG Crop Protections, who is our another mentor in the department. Because in the Alumni Association, when he is the president, we are trying to put all this effort jointly. And that is the why in NAAS, National Academy of Agricultural Science, it has been decided to link all professional associations of agricultural science in such a manner so that they can grow profusely. And with that, our main DG, Professor Himanshu Pathak, has suggested to hold a meeting, seminar, workshop, whatever it may be, in every regional chapters in associations with these professional societies. Dr. B.K. Das, director, who is now convener of this Calcutta zone chapter, I met him during the annual general meeting, and there only we decided that we are launching this program along with the celebration of 70 years. That's why you are seeing that two together we are punching here. So that is the history or background, and PG is now in the Odisha for his missions. But Professor Swapan Datta is giving us the blessings from that on behalf.
I just came to know that Professor Swapan Datta has joined the department as INSA scientist.
Yes,
recently.
INSA scientist. So you're
Clap to
so this is the jewel of the departments and what we celebrate and what we associate. I always take his blessings, guys, and thank you all for sharing. Rest of you will live in workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chakraborty. Now I would request Dr. B.K. Das, convener NAAS Kolkata Regional Chapter and also joint convener of this program, to kindly address that.
Good morning to all of you, esteemed galaxy of scientists of this occasion, agriculture in the digital era. So called because we are moving. So at first, the chief guest of this program, Professor Sri Manacharji, and guest of honor, Chirantan Shah, and we have our esteemed guest and DDG, former DDG Crop Science, Swapan Datta Saab, and we have our Vice President of this program, Professor B.N. Chakraborty, and Head of the Department of Botany, Calcutta University, Madam Professor Rita Kundu. Of this program is Madam Musaji and other eminent personalities, and as member of the societies, students, friends. At the outset, I am being privileged on behalf of the NAAS regional chapter. I am happy to collaborate as the NAAS-PAAS program is going on the this chapter. This is the first program we are holding with the NAAS-PAAS collaborations. As you know, National Academy of Agricultural Science in the recent years trying to work in collaboration with the professional societies working. Maybe there are 100 professional societies and they are associated with the NAAS. So we want a better convergence with the society as per our President, Dr. Himanshu Pathak's message that we should work randomly to bring this in one of the system. We work isolation. Second, each society produce the journals which has no ratings in this, maybe international citations, other things. How to bring all these things, maybe convergence, bringing to a greater height, larger publications, impact factors, and the society, they can, what will the programs in doing that can be converged with the NAAS, and we can have a in this year onwards, trying to hold also the what are the professional societies, and this chapter maybe more than 28 members. So with them we have we'll hold a meeting. I have talked to Dr. Saab also, and we'll maybe in this month end or September first week I'll fix, because I have created a group WhatsApp also. So have a better interactions. And my idea is to bring the NAAS and the PAAS to a closure and greater visibility in this region. And Seafree Central Inland Fisheries, you know, it is a 78 years old institute working most on the fisheries and all allied aspects, including your the mycological portions or the maybe most of like planktons, then aquatic weeds, all this. And a major program like another national mission for clean Ganga, we are working in the Ganga rivers, and beside these Kolkata wetlands, we are very well also interested to collaborate with the department, maybe student other programs also, those are interested in that aspect. So I am happy that we have a today full day programs, and all can have their inputs to bring out the greater convergence in this aspect. So in this background, I am thankful to the Vice President and President of this society to giving me the opportunity to be associated with this program. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Das. So now we have Dr. Jayanta Chakravarti, who has just joined us. Please, he may be felicitated by Professor Das Gupta. Him, so he can felicitate. এরপরে গুলো নিয়ে এসো, বই দুটো নিয়ে এসো। Okay, thank you. So next I would request all the dignitaries to please, we will be releasing we have two publications. One is a book on 70 years of the journey of Indian Mycological Society, which we have compiled. And I would request all of you please stand up, and Dr. Manohar Acharya to please do the honor. Yes. So this in short is the compilation, very brief. So then this is mainly for the members who would like to, the present members who would like to know what has happened before and what are the events we have organized. So, and another publication today, Dr. Bilke Das, please do honor. That is the abstract book of the workshop, where we have the abstract of all the learned speakers who will be speaking after this session. And those abstracts have been compiled and which we are releasing now. Yes, all of you have got in your kit, so you can also read it. Thank you. And now I would like to request Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay to please come to the podium, microphone, and address the gallery.
Very good morning to all of you, learned people like Chief Guest Professor Manoharachari, Professor Biyan Chakraborty, Professor Usha Chakraborty, Professor Rita Kundu, and Professor Dr. B.K. Dash, and among the audience, very respected, and Professor Shobhan Kumar Datta, my respected teacher, Dr. Vasudev Dasgupta, today's learned speakers, Professor Shubhimal Ghosh, from the industry, Sri Jayanta Chakraborty, Sri Subrata Ghosh, Sri Snehashish Mujumdar, our farmer friend and speaker today, Mr. Amol Rai, Dean Postgraduate Studies, UBKV, Apurva Chaudhary, Dr. Subrata Datta, and so many other learned people in the gathering. I will not
Okay. Now we have the. I would like to request Professor Manoharachari to give his general comments, after which he will deliver his keynote address. So, Professor Manoharachari.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Professor Chattopadhyay is an eminent plant pathologist and agriculture farmer writer, and we have Dr. B.K. Das, the convener of NAAS chapter, Kolkata, and Professor B.N. Chakravarty, vice president of this particular. Also, Professor Chakravarty, the of this partners, and then Professor Rita Kund, head of the Department of Botany, Calcutta University. When I entered into this particular hall, I remember, and I would like to pay rich tributes to late Professor Sharma ji, A.K. Sharma, and Archana Sharma Madam. The defense of this and a lot botany in this country. And we got to this couple, and who made us to learn so much of subject in this, not only in this university, but they have dispersed the knowledge throughout the country. I see the presence and Swapna Kumar Datta, the former DDG, with whom I had an association with NBI Mau, and he was the chairman of the several committees in that particular context. And on his superannuation day also I was there, and he has informed us that he will be joining Shantiniketan on that particular day. And I see Professor Narayan Mandal here from Shantiniketan, and both put together, I really appreciate their presence. I also appreciate the presence of Dr. Vasudev Dasgupta, Vice President, and who has been the pillar of this particular organization. And also, without taking much of the time, I would like to say that the contributions of earlier mycologists has made this with so much of prominence in this particular country. And I also see Apurva Chaudhary and also and Swapna Kumar Bhattacharya, who is also there and is a friend of mine, and several others are here, names, but and also Brother Datta, this panelist, and several panelists are also there on the digitalization of agriculture. I am delighted and feel happy to be associated with the celebrations, commemoration of 70 years of IMS by August 2024. It is going to complete. On this occasion, I convey my hearty congratulations and felicitations to the President, Vice President, Secretary, and all the members and of Mycological fraternity of IMS. I also convey my congratulations and felicitations to the eminent mycologists, academicians, and researchers who have nurtured mycology. And without taking much of the time, I would like to mention the few names that the concerted efforts and commitment of late Professor S.R. Bose, the founder president, and Professor S.N. Banerjee, the first editor in chief, and Professor S.N. Bhaduri, first secretary, and Dr. Giant Secretary Mycology and Pathology for making the society prominent and so educative. And the implications and complications in starting the society, but nevertheless, they could succeed, and it has come to the level of 70 years completion. All of you know that the subject concerned with the Indian mycology, this particular IMS, is that it is a known fact that fungi are ubiquitous, found in nature, and are the primary decomposers of the organic material in many ecosystems, besides playing an important role in recycling of nutrients and global carbon cycle. This is the right time to make the world aware of the importance attached to the fungi, sustenance, and the role played by fungi in the bioeconomy of the country. I remember the contributions of S.R. Bose on polyphoracy and S.N. Banerjee, the first editor of IMS, who has established the mycology and plant pathology lab in the Department of Botany, as the leader of mushroom science in this particular country. I take this opportunity to remember them, and I dedicate all my efforts to these great scientists. And nevertheless, I also take the names of Professor N. Samajpati and Professor the Vice President to Dr. B.N. Chakravarti and Professor Usha Chakravarti. Their concerted efforts and commitment to the society has made the journal to come out successfully, and many of the knowledgeable research papers have been published in many of the volumes, which have been edited by Usha Chakravarti and managed by Professor under the guidance who is not doing well. And I also see the association of Dr. Professor Chattopadhyay, who is that is, they are going to have one-day workshop on digitization of agriculture, and that is smart farming and also e-agriculture, and also process of upgradation of agriculture, and also the importance of digital technology in the agriculture and pest management and food systems and food management and application of GPS system. And so take much time, but I let and as well as the Vice President and all the Secretary and every one of them for arranging this particular seminar also. And education opens the doorsteps for the prospects and for the future of generations to acquire the knowledge. Them to betterment. And in earlier days, they used to say that if money is lost, nothing is lost. If health is lost, something is lost. Knowledge is lost, everything is lost. But nowadays, what we say is, if knowledge is lost, nothing is lost. If health is lost, something is lost. If money is lost, everything is lost. Thank you very much for having given patient hearing to all of you. And this tiny fungus is before you with all commitment and consideration towards the fungi and as well as to the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Manojari, for and now we will come to the main event of this session, that is the keynote lecture, which will be delivered by Professor Manojari. So before I invite him again to deliver his lecture, I would just like to introduce him and his, of course, his achievements are far too much to say in a few words. I will just to about Manojari served years as head chairman and director in Osmania University and vice chancellor of Oriental University Indore. He did his postdoctoral at UK with Professor John Webster, in USA with Professor R.D. Goose, and in Germany with Professor Kreisel. He was awarded DSc degree from Mysore University in 1999 and is the recipient of several awards, including E.K. Janaki Annual National Award by Ministry of Environment and J.C. Bose Award from UGC. He is also the recipient of Best Teacher Award, Outstanding Scientist Award, and Young Scientist Award from Government of Telangana, Professor A.K. Rai Memorial Lecture Award from BHU. He has served as President of MSI Plant Science. He is a Fellow of National Academy of Sciences India, National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, IPS, IBS, IMS, MSI, Honorary Fellow of ISMPP, and serving as an expert for UGC, DST, DBT, CSIR, MO, ENF, and several more. He has guided 50 students for PhD and published 640 research articles and 30 books, including 5 books by Springer. And he has described 20 new genera and 82 new species. So, and his contribution is immense in biodiversity, taxonomy, conservation, biotechnology of microbes, fungi, and lichens. Presently, he is serving as NAAS senior scientist at the Department of University. So it is our pleasure to have you as our keynote of this lecture, diversity, conservation, biotechnology, and bioengineering of fungi, aspects and prospects. And all of those who are here, students, scholars, teachers, etc., will be benefited immensely by his lecture because he is what do you say, trove of knowledge. So I will just share the slides with you. It is here. Slide. इसमें है. Presentation. I know. Kolkata. Share. Ask him whether he needs more.
Okay, I can.
Huh?
Yes, no, it has come.
It will come.
मैं मुझे पोस्ट करता भाई काला कीजिए.
हाँ, set is closed.
Yeah.
अभी क्या
This is-
आए थे ना?
This, आया था thing. हाँ. Just you click this lock. You click करो, open करो. हाँ, now.
Password.
It comes. Because it requires access and hey, there's something
This one is
that you remove.
only you need the other one. उनका slide.
Like तो खुला है उनका. इसको बंद
हाँ इसको बंद कर. ये slide है ना.
हाँ, ये बंद करो. दूसरा वाला.
कौन सा ना?
ये कोलकाता IMS.
हाँ ये.
ये वाला.
ये सौरभ की कौन है?
लाड़ा.
Slide. हाँ.
It's come ना?
हाँ.
हाँ,
ये
this-
वाला.
That's the one. Make it full page.
हाँ इससे. সৌরভে এটা সৌরভ.
this one you go down.
Down
Go
also.
down.
Down.
Stop.
Down.
This is down one you do.
Why it is not coming full?
It is, no, there it
there
is
it
coming full,
Where is
but
put?
here you can only.
It will be like this. But there it will be.
It has not come na?
One second.
It has not.
They put like this, no?
So you have given to I.
Okay.
Just like, you know.
बंद करो. If any problem, he is there, okay, you can call.
This one, huh? This one.
This down one,
Yeah.
okay?
So respected colleagues, I am here to speak on diversity, conservation, biotechnology and bioengineering of fungi, aspects and prospects. And all this particular achievement of this particular lecture is of the synthesis of last 5 years, last 45 years, the work that we have done. And we have accumulated all the data and I have put it into this particular one. All of you know that fungi are eukaryotic and heterotrophic, osmotropic, holocarpic to eucarpic, and their cell wall, either it is of cellulose, mainly in the case of Mycological, but chitin in many of the fungi, and they are reproduced by means of spores. The peculiarity of the fungi being that chitin cell wall, and then people thought that they may belong to animals because plant scientists did not accept them. And animal scientists did not accept them because that all other cell organelles resemble the microbes and as well as the plants. Therefore, they don't want to accept them under their kingdom. So fungi thought that let them create their own kingdom. Therefore, now it has become Mycota, a separate kingdom. The question that has arisen is that how old are the fungi? These fungi, they have got very poor fossil record. But for few, like Rhinia rhizome, a fossil plant, in its rhizome it has got some of the spores of the glamis, which is now considered as a biofertilizer fungus. So based on DNA sequence, date and all that, it is thought that fungi might evolve 760 million years ago. These fungi, living plants, because they produce disease, they don't have chlorophyll, and we do have many of the animals and human beings, they don't have chlorophyll. Still, we feel that we are greater above all these organisms, microorganisms. And living vascular plants, they get diseased, and we say that fungi are causing the disease. The absence of chlorophyll has enforced them to become parasites. And also non-vascular plants, that is like algae. And then animals like vertebrates and non-vertebrates. Fish population gets killed by means of Saprodigna. There are many other fungi also are involved. And also echinoderms, they get colonized by means of many fungi and also bacteria. And these echinoderms, as all of you know, they are used in cosmetics and antioxidant preparation and anti-cancer drug preparation. If the fungi parasitize them, then much of the population will be lost. Even plant exudates have got fungi. Even grass droplet has got more than 100 to 200 fungi in one single droplet. That is the nature of the substrate relationship in the case of the fungi. Dead plant parts, even dead body decomposition is incomplete without the role of fungi and bacteria. So other microbes and animals, vertebrates, and when I come to keratinophilic fungi and dermatophytes, I speak about the diseases on the human beings. And water, air, soil, dung, keratin, aeroaquatic habitats, rhizosphere, phyllosphere, rhizoplane, compost, extreme habitats. All these I've got the fungi. Now you tell me a space and where you don't find fungi. Fungi are everywhere, cosmopolitan in distribution. And then all of you know that nowadays everybody is bothered about biodiversity. And biodiversity is the resource material for of biotechnological products are produced by fungi. And without cheese, without bread, without alcohol, no country is able to survive. It is because of the yeast and it is because of the fungi. All these technologies have emerged and many countries are surviving, and their global economy is surviving because of the organisms like fungi. So biodiversity is nothing but variation among living organisms, physicochemical complexes, ecological complexes, and among the gene pool, and also in biochemical and physiological parameters, and also between species, between genera, and between ecosystems. This is what the biodiversity is there. So the world is enough. We have a lot of biodiversity, but the world is enough for everyone needs, but not enough to for everyone's greed. Biodiversity is lost because of the intervention and the theft that is done by the human beings, and human beings are the major culprits in this particular one. That is what Mahatma Gandhi said. So biodiversity is biotechnology, and without biodiversity, there is no survival for any of us. Now, if you say that we are only beautiful, I don't agree at all. Though we apply many of the things on our face and we go to parlor, both gents and women, they go to parlors, but nevertheless, the fungi, they don't go to any parlor. They go for nature, and nature conserves them, and nature beauty is maintained by them, and endless variety of fungi never cease to enchant biologists all over the globe. And you know, thousands and thousands of research papers which have come definitely indicates the magnitude of their beautiful nature besides the other aspects. India is the cradle for the fungi, but we have neglected. Taxonomies have become endangered, and we have neglected the taxonomy. Taxonomy is the mother of all sciences, and without taxonomy, even our life also becomes impossible, because everyday life is nothing but taxonomy and systematics only. So the fungal diversity that we saw, the mycology and Ravel, unconventional techniques is only a fraction of the Atlantic Ocean that we have got at our disposal, and there are so many to do so. Now, coming to the estimates of the fungi, Oxford and Hacking in 2019, he says that it is 1.5 to 6.8 million. This is only proximal estimate of the fungi that may be there. Then later on, Teddersu et al., he said that there is 19.6 million of fungi. So now from 1.52, the estimate has jumped to 19.6 million of fungi. Do you think that any one of us who live for 100 years will be good enough to find out which are the fungi that are there on this particular globe, or even within our own West Bengal, or within our own country? Is it possible for us to excavate thousands and thousands and millions of fungi which are there around us? I think human age and human survival will not be enough to make them to identify. Now we have all over the world, 1,55,000 fungi are only identified. 1,55,000 fungi are only identified up to species level. Out of 1.5 million, that is of the estimate. Now we have got around 35,000 of fungi. There may be 5 million of fungi in India, but we have identified only up to 35,000. What made us, our nerve cells where they have gone, our brain cells where they have gone? We think always that we are very clever enough. Human brain is sharp enough on either side, and never we think that fungi have got more brains than us. So that is how you can see that out of 1.5 million of fungi, we have got only 1,55,000, and out of 5 millions of fungi in India that are going to occur as an estimate, we have only 35,000 of fungi which have been identified up to species level. So out of this particular 35,000 fungi, more than 68 or 70%, 68% of fungi have been identified by late C.V. Subramanian, was the former director of CAS, that is the Center for Advanced Study in Botany at Madras. He has identified and brought out a monograph with the help of the ICAR publication. Now, what we could know that in India, that 35,000 fungi are represented by 2,080 genera, fungal genera, and all over the world, 1,55,000 fungi have been represented by 7,270 genera. This is the number of genera that are recorded, and as it has been mentioned, that from our laboratory, we have identified 20 new genera and 82 new species, and 1,500 new additions to the fungi of India, and we have brought out more than 640 research publications, myself and my students. That means 32% of fungi have been discovered by late Professor C.V. Subramanian, and 68% of Indian mycologists have contributed this understanding of Indian mycology or Indian fungal wealth. So how to plan and implement this taxon biodiversity inventarization? First of all, you identify the substrate, then detect the fungi, and then they capture the data and rationalize the data and go for characterization and culturing and all that and come out with the outputs. So the major concern to define the fungal wealth, the important steps in the conservation is conservation of, that is in situ conservation and ex situ conservation. Ex situ conservation other than the habitat conservation. The fungi which can be cultured and they can be stored in different forms. Whereas in situ conservation like rust and smuts, powdery mildews, which cannot be cultured. As of today in India, we don't have a single culture of Puccinia graminis variety triticale that can be supplied to the classroom, that only material can be supplied, but no culture is made available to us. In other words, we are unable to culture these obligate parasitic fungi, which are pathogenic and taking away a lot of our crops. So that is how the major concern is there for us for the conservation of fungi. Legal protection of our codes of practice of inventarization are there in the countries like Czech and Slovakia, and where there is inventarization and as well as legal protection is given priority by the government, by their governments. But now, as on today, in India, neither we have database for geographic fungal basis, nor we have red data book for the fungi. We do have red data book for the plants and angiosperms, but not for the fungi and microbes. And then It is unmute where we have to do this one. Mute.
And then put Sharma.
Okay, let us see. Now this is recent classification of Septora 2019. Now this classification is very important because earlier we are saying that fungi imperfecti is a Deuteromycotana is a separate group that we are telling, and there's a separate it is removed, it is merged with Kolkata or Kolkata. Fungi what Eumycota, Chromista, and Protozoa, and Basidiomycota, Ascomycota, Zygomycota, Chycloidicota. Now, under Heterochondra, that is under Chromista, we have got Oomycetes. Now, the recent trend is based upon molecular phylogenetics. They say that Oomycetes may get elevated to the kingdom level. Nature of the outside. Then, one single observation that we have made is, in the case of Saprolegnia, when the juice spores they get released, after going to the orifice at the mouth, they get separated into negative and positive charged particles. That is the beauty of the organisms that we have recognized for the first time in the whole of the world, and we have published in Nature, that particular paper also. So now, earlier we were talking about Myxomycetes and Plasmodiphora brassica under fungi only, but now they are merged with animals, that is Protozoa. These are this is Hibbert et al. One can speak about this particular one and while teaching. And then we have 19 phyla as on today, and then 79 classes in the case of fungi. Even to recognize one single phyla, it takes more than 50 years and to study organisms. And here we have 19 phyla and 79 classes. And it takes a lot to explain this particular figure. Vijay Vardhane, in 2020, organized this particular one. Now, fungal taxonomy is based upon collection of material from a suitable habitat, then isolation, subculturing, single spore. Somebody may ask me single spore. Without purity of the organism, no research can be done. Therefore, single spore isolation is necessary, and we have to go for morphological and as well as reproductive structures. And on the microscopic and macroscopic nature, in the case of mushrooms, we should go for macroscopic conditions. So fungal taxonomy now evolved based upon ultramicroscopic characters, cell wall composition, chemical profiling of secondary metabolites, and scanning electron microscopy of the surface of the structures. We have a lot of ornamentation on the fungal spores. Now, more than 800 kinds of ornamentations are there on the fungal spores, which nowadays they are using in textile industry also, these spore structures and the ornamentation. And computer-assisted teas are also, we have analyzed more than 2,000 aspergilli based upon the enzyme, cellulase enzyme elaboration, and we have prepared the computer-assisted keys for this particular one. And then, these are some of the fungal taxonomy characteristics. Immunology, enzyme carbohydrate assay, protein profiles, and governing and cytomolecular ratios, DNA hybridization, nucleic acid probes, ITS and all that, rRNA, RFLP, PCR, RAPD. Now ID barcode is given to each, DNA barcode is given to each organism by the taxonomists based on which you can identify. Optimal technologies and omics sciences can be applied even in the case of fungal taxonomy. And then carbohydrate, for example, based upon the carbon source, you can identify a number of yeast, whether it is producing orbital, whether it is producing glycerol, whether it is producing mannitol. Based on this, yeast can be classified. And based upon chitin and glucanase, cellulose, and all that, you can identify based upon the cell wall composition, you can identify the organism. Now, secondary metabolites are reliable and features, and you can secondary data yield many of the fungi can be isolated, identified, and as per the list, for example, this is Dr. species of penicillium based upon pectinase enzyme only alone, based upon the profile of pectinase, he has identified 5,000 species of penicillium as on today. Now, griseopulvin elaboration, we can identify number of penicillium species like Penicillium griseopulvum. And then Taxol, the multi-billion-dollar anti-cancer drug, which was established in the United States, that is Taxomyces Archana, was the first fungus associated with the taxus, and that has created a lot of studies and a lot of wealth has been brought to the United States. And you can see that Taxol is anti-cancer drug, the first drug which was invented from that of the fungus. So like that, this is the beauty of the fungi. This is the biodiversity. The left one slide is the Allomyces. Emerson took 11 years to study the life cycle of this fungus. You may think that study of the life cycle is a job of few minutes only. No, until and unless you find the complete life cycle, you cannot control a particular disease. So this is Emerson's contribution of understanding the life cycle. And then Pythium produces the zoospores into a vesicle, and no other organism produces the zoospores into a vesicle except Pythium. We may get confused, but fungi, they don't get confused. You can see this Saprolegnia, where we have identified the plus and minus strains of this particular one, and then Amphiginus anthridae in the case of Phytophthora. There are 5 fungi which have created problems in the whole world. Number 1 is late blight of potatoes. That is number 1. Number 2 is coffee rust disease in the case of Ceylon, and then wheat rust in the case of India, and also Bengal, the leaf spot disease by Helminthosporium oryzae, and also aflatoxins produced by Aspergilli and mycotoxins which are produced by the fungi, which are health hazardous. These are some of the organisms. Don't blame the fungi. We also don't have the chlorophyll, but never we blame ourselves. So don't blame the organisms because they don't speak with us and they don't have twisted tongues like us. And then these are some of the fungi. It is only to show that you go to a waterfall nearby, collect the foam sample, and if you put 1 drop of the foam, you will observe that kind of spores. Based on that, you can say whether there is energy budget, whether that lake is energy budget is rich or not. And based on that, you can see what will be the decomposition rate, whether the water is aerobic or not. These are the indicator organisms in the case of many of the water habitat besides the sea fungi. And now here there are more than 1,000 fungi of the Zygomycota, that is the mucorrhizal fungi. And you know, all of you, that they are very important in industry, food and physiology, biochemistry. And also there is one fungus by name Succinia vasiformis, which was isolated from the soil, but later on it has become a dermatophyte, a skin disease causing fungi, and many of the wounded soldiers have to lose their limbs because of this particular fungus. Now, this is chetomium, and in textile industry, the cellulose enzyme is employed. And also in Gujarat, many of these stone sellers, the diamond sellers, they apply cellulose enzyme to make them to shine from a distance. Textiles are dependent, and the stone industries are dependent upon the enzyme that is produced by this chetomium globosome. Tons and tons of cellulose enzyme is produced by this particular fungus. And you can see how tiny it is and microscopic, but created wonders in the case of industry, and as well as from the point of its generosity towards the human beings. And then you can see the ATP released as ascospores, bioluminescent ascospores on the right side. You can see in the case of Cercocystis fimbriata. Neurospora has created a history in the whole world. 2,840 research papers are produced on single species Neurospora crassa. 18 books have been published by academic press, and 6 Nobel Prizes have been awarded only on Neurospora crassa. Now look at what we are at this particular juncture, and what is the difference between the fungi and the human brains that you think. And then you can see how beautiful are these fungi? We think that our faces are only beautiful. But if you look at the versatile nature of the organisms, you will find that many fungi are much more beautiful than us. You can see the polyphorus and the lady's wheel fungus, that is Dictyophora, and so on and so forth. This is a group that comes under Basidia mycota, and also, of course, mushrooms are also there. This is underneath the apple arcades, this mushroom Gucci will be growing, Morel, and then Marcella esculenta. Every year, India is exporting and getting 4,000 crores of money from Arab countries alone by exporting this particular fungus. And that is the beauty of our economy and biotechnology of the fungi. Leave alone all other $18 billion worth. But this is one fungus which I can tell you that it has created history in the whole world and from the Indian point of view. And then about 10,000 species within the overall fungal estimates of 1.5 million belong to these agaricales, the edible fungi. Mushrooms alone are represented about by 41,000 species, of which 850 species are recorded from India. And besides extensive surveys of the Himalayan region that are compiled by Rakanpal and others. And Dr. Krishnendra Acharya of your department is doing on edible fungi and anti-cancer drugs and other such kind of products, alkaloids, is estimating from this. These are the ones, this is Sterium, lower one is the Sterium, which is anti-cancer drug. It grows on the wood only. And the upper one is the fungus, which is Indian pot, Coprinus. And Coprinus, the dye that is used during the elections, the black color is also one of the components that is mixed with the other things is this particular one, fungus, Coprinus, which is very common on woodlots. Now, Fungi imperfecti consists of 1,700 genera. Now, of course, it is merged with Ascomycotina and Basidiomycotina, and it has got 700 genera and 20,000 species. And here I would like to mention one, the right side organism, which is a broomstick-like structure. In 200 patients got admitted in L.V. Prasad Eye Institute due to this particular fungal infection, out of which 20 people have lost their eyesight because of reddening of the eye. And by the time we have reached the hospital, after 10 days of their information, we have collected this fungus and we have envisaged that 0.01% of sodium chloride can cure this particular disease. A simple technique we have evolved to cure this particular reddening of the eye. So this is that. So like that, lower fungus Aspergillus produces 7 enzymes. It is an example of parasexuality, and it is also fermented food preparation also is because of this particular Aspergillus. So now there is a word called endophytic fungi, and it has got its own. More than 4,000 metabolites are secreted as on today by endophytic fungi. And these 4,000 chemicals are synthesized and they are sold in the market as antioxidants, anti-diabetic, and anti-cancer drugs by different companies and by different names. So endophytes means the organism which is there inside the plant, which doesn't harm the plant, but synthesizes the chemicals which are useful for the mankind. That is the nature of endophytic organisms. But when you take out that particular organism from the plant outside, it may become parasite later on in due course of the time if it is not introduced into the plant. So keratinophilic fungi. 4 billion people are affected every year by keratinophilic fungi, dermatophytes. And then 2 million people are dying every year in India and elsewhere because of dermatophytes. And if you don't care the fungi, if they infect you, the diseases that they cause, dermophytic diseases, are so dangerous that whether it is gold medal, getting gold medal or silver medal may be difficult, but getting the fungal disease is very easy because of the habits that we follow, because of the food habits, because of unethical habits that we have got at our disposal. So the children, especially the college students, should not go beyond that particular limit, and they should be highly disciplined during their student life, and otherwise they will get number of diseases. Here I have to mention a particular disease, histoplasmosis, cryptococcus, blastomyces. All these fungi, they cause very serious diseases. By any kind of medicine, they cannot be cured. And Soumya Datyar and some Rai from 2023, a medical doctor from Calcutta, he has identified a fungus Chlorostridium purpureum, which has caused the disease in the case of human beings, a botanist of 61-year-old, and that paper has been published. And when they have found that he was having fatigue, he was having a lot of other things, and that case has been reported, and WHO has taken up very seriously, and they have studied DNA analysis, ITS also they have studied, they have come to a conclusion that it is a basidomycete. And that means for the first time, a plant pathogenic fungus has been reported as a human pathogen from the top Calcutta region, and that is how Calcutta has become famous for this particular discovery in due course of the time. So now that culture is not available neither with that particular person nor with the WHO, but in 2021, 2011, one person from Himachal Pradesh has this particular fungus as wood-rotting fungus from there only, but now that is also not available. But we should see whether that particular doctor is having this particular specimen or not. But we have surveyed the whole country, we could not find, except in the case of Himachal Pradesh and Himalayan region, and maybe from West Bengal he has reported. Now, glimpses of fungi coming to the biotechnology, 1904, Blacksley heterothallism stimulated. These studies on sexual control. 1904, still this discovery is valid. At that time, they don't have any artificial intelligence. But the data that they have collected is still valid. And Bajaf, Neep, and Lindgren laid foundation for fungal genetics. Fleming has discovered penicillin. And his wife has helped in discovering this particular fungus and to identify the production of penicillin. And biochemical genetics, Beadle and Tatum, that one enzyme theory, now it has become polygene and polyenzyme theory. So by 1960, now the whole of bioengineering is dependent on fungi. Without fungi, there is no bioengineering. I will come to that point later. Now, this is $18 billion worth of fungal biotechnology. Whether you take bakery industry, brewing industry, whether you take cheese making, cheese ripening, mushroom cultivation, multi-billion-dollar industry outside India, and then oriental food fermentation, more than 20 fermented foods are sold in the market, and then single cell protein is there in graminearum, and yeast itself is a single cell protein, alkaloids, ergot alkaloids, antibiotics, ethanol, enzymes, gibberellins, that is cytokinase, and cyclosporin. No organ transplantation can be done without cyclosporin application. Doctor will not allow anybody until and unless cyclosporin is applied. Organic acid, polysaccharides, vitamins, paper industry, biological control, bioremediation, and dye industry, microalgae encapsulation, biofertilizer technology, steroid conversion, waste recycling. Everything is done by these organisms. Now tell me whether our brains are great or fungal brains are great. Now this is the penicillin, the above one, and below one is the taxol. And then these are the ergot alkaloids, which are produced, identified from that of the ergot fungus, which have got a lot of medicinal value. Metabolites, beta-lactams are the important agents used in chemotherapeutic combat against bacterial infections, and still share 50% of world market is because of beta-lactams, and they are produced by the fungi. They are produced by the fungi. These are some of the fungi which are known to produce. Antibiotics, take any name, more than 200 antibiotics produced by fungi, bacteria, Actinomyces. Foxman's discovery of streptomycin, the basics. And after that, several have been added for this particular one. And then, now this is metabolites, riboflavin, citric acid, kojic acid. All these are produced by the fungi. And beta carotene, which is employed in therapy, the cardiotherapy, is from that of the fungus. And biofertilizer, many biofertilizers are from mycorrhizal fungi and some fungi like penicillium. And mineral solubilization is done in the case of industries by Aspergillus niger. So heavy metal binding is done by mycorrhizae. And these are some of the industrial enzymes of commercial importance which are sold in the market. And these are the organisms against the enzyme. There is a name that is given. These are some of the enzymes: beta-glucanase, glucoamylase, hemicellulase, lactase, and lipase, pectinase, protease, and so on and so forth. So fungal biocontrol agents of mosquitoes. Mosquito is a major problem in India. Aspergillus, Bevaria, Coelomyces, Garcinomyces, Ageridium, Leptolegnia, Metarhizium, and Talipocladium. Coelomyces was discovered in 1905 by Iyengar, Madras University. And then they have sent this particular culture to African country because of the fact that its perfect stage is there in Africa and the conidial stage is in India. To have a life cycle study, they have sent this particular culture there. There they have studied that particular one, but that are larvae of the mosquito and bind this material to India. And here also, because of the heat and other factors, the fungus has died here also. Now we are not able to control mosquito problem, and also still they bite us. And of course, we are not able to bite the fungi and discover what are the metabolites, but mosquitoes are biting, and there are several fungi which can be employed as biocontrol agents, and insect fungi are there. Now, yeast and mycelial fungi are very important for us for bread, cheese, meat, and fermentation. Mycelial fungi are used. Recombinant DNA technology is the major one, and penicillin roqueforti, penicillin camembert, age-old examples, and advanced studies are there on actual protein and chemistry of cheese has been studied, and genome of the mycelial fungi in the case of cultures is now in the progress. Now these are some of the foods: soup, tempeh, ankar, idli, thadi, soy sauce, and soy paste. Everything is prepared by the fungi. These are the fermented products now sold in the market, and people are making a lot of money by this particular one. And don't say that fungi are not useful. And study them, make your students to study. And in the next 10 years, no product of modern biotechnology will match the beer and wine. The alcohol industry is going, and for that we need immobilized biocatalyst, we need genetically modified raw materials, we need genetically modified yeast, and modeling process has to be evaluated. So beta-lactams are from that of the fungi like Braxilea and Chytromyces. You know the market value of beta-lactams in US is around $500 million. They are employed in the case of as a medicine. Carotenoids, Mycogrow is nothing but an organic manure, a biofertilizer made out of mycorrhizal fungi. It is a kind of soil and acts as a biofertilizer. And then the plant success tablets are sold in USA and as well as Australia. In India also, they are there. And when we have tested Indian tablets, there was nothing, only powder was there and no fungal spores were there. So it consists of millions of spores of the following mycorrhizal species. They are the biofertilizer tablets. Each plant, if it is given in its lifetime, one tablet, the whole life of the plant will be completed with the help of that particular tablet. And that is plant success tablets are sold in many of the countries. These are commercialized fungi. Puran is the single cell protein. Divine is a weedicide from that of the Phytophthora palmivora. Coligo is also weedicide. Cast is also weedicide. Mycar is an insect, that is, it will kill the insect, that of the Ursitella. And then Mycogrow, mycorrhizal fungi, that is biofertilizer. Bina tea from that of the Trichoderma is a biocontrol agent. And then Bisal is a biofertilizer. Baker's yeast is from that of Saccharomyces. And then Supu is from mycelial fungi. Soy sauce is from Aspergillus oryzae. Beer, wine, alcohol is from the alcohol. Without organisms, they cannot produce anything. So fungi as a traditional medicine, Ophiocordyceps sinensis. The name is changed. The name of the fungus is caterpillar fungus. It infects the moth and yields stress relieving tonic. Like Artemisia, it is a stress relieving tonic, and it will cure the cancer also. It is anti-cancer. Catter fungi are used as a gifts in many countries, and large gift box will be about $400. And then tonic and the drug is sold for the small bottle for the $27 and big bottle for the $53. So catter fungus has got world record runners also. World record runners have taken this particular fungus and they are running very much and getting the gold medals for their country. Now, Ganoderma is used, this particular fungus is anti-cancer agent. It is used in cosmetics and it is used in ornamentation also. Fungus is ours, but the product is from that of Malaysia or Singapore. They have taken our biodiversity, they are preparing the tablet and they are selling that particular tablet to us only. You know, neem tree has got 200 alkaloids, but neem tree is dying in India and nobody is caring that neem tree. And I've seen in Germany and also in America that they are growing neem trees all around the roadside and as well as in the garden because it gives oxygenate air. And single leaf of the neem tree, single leaf will collect 5 million drops of oxygen. 5 million drops of oxygen is there on single leaf. How many leaves are there for the plant? Nobody knows. Nobody has counted for that particular plant. So lazy diplodia, recently, New Zealand people have discovered lazy diplodin, an anti-diabetic compound as well as antioxidant. And then cyclosporin, organ transplantation is done with the help of this particular one. The hidden, I was there in Germany standing, and then I was looking at the sky. Somebody was there on my side. I was not knowing that he's a botanist and mycorrhizal specialist. He told me that you see underneath your feet, how many fungi are there, how many mycorrhiza is there. So hidden under your feet is an information, a super highway that allows the plants to communicate and help each other. It is made up of fungi mycorrhiza. 90% of plants are mutually beneficial in relationship with the fungi. Network is created. See, Amanita is one of as up to 20 kilometers and supplies mycorrhizal roots, supplies the nutrients to the whole forest. That is the beauty of the fungi, beauty of the organism, beauty of the plants, beauty of the scientists, beauty of the human brain is to understand them, to patent them, and to nurture them. That is the beauty of the. So, arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi are symbiotic associations, and I don't want to go into details. It is used as biofertilizer. You can see right side, the groundnut which is inoculated mycorrhizal fungus has the left side is bigger. You see the sense of the growth that itself speaks the role of mycorrhizal fungi. Myco means fungus, rhiza means root. Mycorrhizal, a kind of symbiotic relationship, obligate symbiotic relationship. This is the new species from that of the Grammus hyderabadiensis. And then Beauveria bassiana, we have found out a insecticide for the coffee berry borer. Coffee berry borer, in the case of Karnataka, is a big problem. We asked the government to give this particular one in the form of a commercial product and to spray on the coffee plantations. Now, I tell you the story, that a little 1 minute, that is Ceylon was growing coffee. And then coffee rust disease was there on the coffee plantations. Nobody has taken care of this particular disease. Therefore, the coffee plantations have vanished. And then they have shifted to tea plantation. And then the coffee is now grown in Brazil. Coffee is now grown in Brazil, where the climatic conditions are not suitable for the fungus to survive. Therefore, it is not causing any kind of disease there. So, to kill the coffee berry borer, the insect, we have found out this particular Beauveria bassiana, an insect fungus that we have isolated from the coffee berry borer insect only. From that fungus only, we have prepared this particular one. Then we have tested the antagonism and between the fungi and other pathogens also. It is showing a lot of antagonism also. Now, Trichoderma argyanum, Professor A.N. Mukhopadhyay says that it is a God-given gift. It is a God-given gift, Trichoderma. And then several products are there in the market, which is used as a biocontrol agent. And recently, we have reported this on the insect also as a parasite. As a parasite on the insect for the first time, we have reported this particular one. Now, this is about the plant diseases. You may say that all you have been saying only good and good and good only about fungi. What about the other phase of the fungi? They don't have chlorophyll, they have to produce the disease. Now, the first figure, the figure is that Ajanta cave paintings. Ajanta cave paintings, they got destroyed because of the fungi, bacteria, and other organisms. Earlier, they were allowing tiffin boxes, water, and all the things for the people who are touring that particular area. And for about 10 years, they have allowed. And after 10 years, when the Japanese group has come and inspected, many of the paintings have been lost. Because of when you eat, the food that falls on the ground gets infected by contaminated by the fungi, and those saprophytic fungi, the paint which is there on the paintings, it will go and sit on the paint, and it will decompose that particular paint and eat away that paint also. And that is how many paintings have been lost. So it is more than 800 crores. The loss is 800 crores. So Japanese government told the Indian government that we will take care of everything, of all these things, and don't allow us to spend our own money and make them a tourist place and convenient for them to visit. Then after that, they have put a restriction. Neither they can carry water bottle, nor they can carry any food packet, nor the biscuits, even shoes also we have to keep outside. You know, somebody told me that if you give a shake hand to a person, of course, we love each other, no problem at all. But if you give a shake hand, if there is a skin disease, and if it enters into your hand, and if that opportunity fungus becomes opportunistic towards you, then you have to suffer a lot. Therefore, the Indian way of putting namaskar is a better way of escaping many of the fungi which cause the diseases and the human pathogenic diseases, which already I told you. Then Phytophthora infestans, and then the coffee rust and seed pathology is very important. Single seed carries more than 800 organisms, bacteria, fungi, and as well as viruses. So, and of course, earlier, when we were the students and research students, we are looking into the biological upsides. Now, nobody looks into the biological upsides. There is no need at all. Google Mata is there, and that Google Mata will give everything, whether it is right or wrong, whether it is a correct report or not, but they depend upon the Google Mata. And whether the book is there or whether the teacher is teaching or not, whether experiment is going or not, if the mobile phone is not there in the hands of nowadays students, never they will sleep, never they will study, never they will listen to the words of the parents, never they will get disciplined. You put the mobile in their hands, then immediately you are question. That is the beauty of the modern technology. Forgetting the actual science, which even mobile was also created by the scientists only. The human mind has to be sharpened to understand the science. And we say that instruments are important. No doubt industry important. The instruments are very important, but it is the brain which is important. Your class is important. And the matter, and of course, now and then you should read even books also. Books will make you more and acquainted as friendly ones. These are some of the groups of fungi. For those mycologists who want to venture into new field, this is the one, and I just focus the attention of those young scientists where there is medicinal mushrooms, animal pathogenic fungi, crop pathogenic fungi, extromophilic fungi, merino fungi, nematophagous fungi, both was by the University Grants Commission and ICR has to be rectified, and they should include mycology and plant pathology up to greater extent so as to make this particular country. And then, so this is about the R&D organization also, they need to be strengthened. And I don't want to go into the details of this fungi. And these are some of the fungi which I have described, which we have, these are the new genera, new species. And then fungi are themselves established as cell factories in industrial biotechnology. Yeast is one. The versatile chemical entities secreted by the fungi have tremendous benefits. There is a need to club synthetic biology and mycology to maximize our results for the benefit of the mankind. Proteomics, the omics and metabolomics, transcriptomics, and all these things have become, omic sciences have become important, and we have to look into this. I see the mycelium as the Earth's natural internet, a consciousness with which we might be able to communicate through cross-species interfacing. We may one day exchange informed with this scientific cellular network. Like your telephone and mobile phone, the fungi may work in near future to communicate the what you talk and what you listen and what you read and what you do in the case of research in the years to come. This is going to be a major contribution in the years to come. Micro-nanotechnology, it is a new term that is proposed which is related to nanoparticles. It uses medicine, plant disease control and others. And again, some beginning has been made here in this particular university by Krishnendu using some of the fungi. And biofuel fungi, and one of them is the Pycnophorus. Now it is used as a biofuel fungi. And then fantastic fungi, mushrooms are fantastic fungi. Mycodiesel is produced, that is Gliocridium roseum. And Strobel in 2014, who has created the endophytic fungi, as on today, he is the man behind this particular endophytic fungi, which has become a new science. He is the person for the first time he has created mycodiesel. And then mycobricks are also prepared. In United States, many of the buildings are now getting constructed with the help of the fungal ropes, fungal mycelium. Just like bricks, they are also preparing the bricks out of this particular fungal network. And of course, I don't want to go into the details. Armillaria mellia, we have got the beautiful fungus, and you can see the wall that is created because of this. And textile industry, many dress materials are also prepared out of this fungal mycelium. Textile industry is also looking into mycotex. And then xenobiotics, phenorochete is used, trematose is used in waste recycling and wastewater treatment and mycoremediation. And then so many other things, biofertilizer technology. And then fungal pathogens have become important. We have to take 32% of our crop plants are suffering with the plant diseases. The major impediment for understanding plant pathology in India is we don't have proper plant disease diagnostics. DNA technique has to be employed, and on the spot, we have to see that the fungus is identified on the spot and symptom is identified, that we don't have that kind of technology. So detection is important. And host pathogen interaction, a lot of work has been done by Dr. B.N. Chakravarti and Mr. Chakravarti, and plant pathogen interaction and incompatibility, compatibility, and phytoallergens, and so on and so forth. And when I came here under UPE, that University for Potential for Excellence as a UGC member to this particular university, I had the opportunity of having the blessings of late Professor A.K. Sharma, and I met Professor Purpais also, who has created history by in the mycology and plant pathology also. And then we have necrosis, the major symptom. 70% of diseases are necrotic, and early detection of the fungal pathogens is important. And we have got a number of diseases. Here you can see important plant diseases: Magnophobia oryza, Drexlera oryzae, Xanthomonas oryzae, Tugra virus, loose mud, and Perlimillet downy mildew, and barley, black rust, and so on and so forth. And pulses also suffer from wilt, leaf spot, and Bengal gram from the rust disease, and rust of bean, rust of soybean, and vegetable diseases also there are many, and fruits and plants and cash crops also, they get disease and powdery mildew, anthracnose, and so on and so forth. Climate change also. Climate change and plant pathogenic has to be taken care of, and that is integrated plant disease management is the only way of controlling the plant diseases. And then Subramanian said, the most recent example of harnessing the fungal power for human needs highlight the massive potential and future possibilities of vital area. No fungi, no future. And these are all some of the scientists. The second person, the first person I worked with him, late Professor Ramarao, my PhD was with him. I was with postdoctoral fellow with John Webster, and then later on, C.V. Subramanian down, and so on, and K.C. Mehta, and Sadasivan, and Mundakar, and many scientists. And this is the university which has given the bread and butter. I'm grateful to my university, my teachers, my students, and every one of you and my family, to every one of you, and to IMS, and to EC members, and every one of you. Thank you very much for having given me the opportunity.
Thank you for your an excellent lecture and on all aspects. Before shop.
Well, just now we heard 1 hour, an exhaustive, comprehensive talk by Professor Acharya. I think I should not elaborate anything what he said to underestimate your understanding and knowledge and his compatibility way of talking the vast area to us. I think all of us should give a big hands to Professor Acharya. And we wish that Professor Acharya, like we have some other Professor Mirat University, Professor, other days we heard P.K. Gupta. So I think we need this kind of people to come in to the university and to give this kind of talk to all of us. One thing is very clear, no fungi, no life, no further development. At the same time, with the fungi, the knowledge that we gathered today, I'm sure many of young science and young minds would think about that their future, how to utilize this particular microorganism for the future, better future for us. Thank you very much, Professor Acharya. Thank you again.
So with this, we come to the end of the first session. And here we break for a very short break for a cup of coffee and snacks. All of you are requested to go to the Brule Hall, that is, you go left and then the left room there, and everything is ready. Please have your snack with exact point, especially scholars. Many of you get room. There also live streaming is going on, and the room is very comfortable, much cooler than here, and you can get a full idea. So after the break, many of you go to that room so that you can enjoy. If too many people here, many of you may not be able to see also. And those who have not got the registration kits who came late, you can collect it later. Thank you, and please be back within 15 minutes. পরে এখন ঘরে বন্ধ হয়ে গেছে, পরে সবাই যারা পাই হ্যাঁ সাইন করে নিন। এখন ঘরে ঢুকিয়ে রেখেছি, পরে পাবে। হ্যাঁ কি আছে, সার্টিফিকেট হবে এটার পরে। না ঠিক আছে, পাবে এখন, এটা চা খেয়ে রয়েছে। হ্যাঁ তুমি কত ডেটে এসেছো? হ্যাঁ এখন ভাবছি না লিখেই দিয়ে দেবো। হ্যাঁ অনেক কত লিখবে কি করে এখন, দাঁড়া সার্টিফিকেট ওই রুমে আছে পরে। আর কতজন ওর মধ্যে দেখতে হবে তো কারা এসেছে অ্যাকচুয়ালি, সেই লিস্টের সঙ্গে নিয়ে দেখতে হবে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে, এক সেকেন্ড আমি এটা তোমার কি হয়েছে কবে? হ্যাঁ ও সেকেন্ড, যে জুমটা খুললো না বন্ধ হলো। হ্যাঁ এটা না, পরের নেক্সট স্লাইড, এটা তো না হয়ে গেছে। হ্যাঁ এটা এটা খুলে রাখবো। হ্যাঁ চাবি টাবি কার কাছে কে? তুমি এখন এটা খাও, আরে কফি টফি খাও, তাই না? তোমার এটা রেখেছে কবে?
আমি এখন তাহলে ওই আইআরআই তে নেই। না না যখন ওই যে আইপিএস হচ্ছে তখন ছিলেন।
Learned panelists, good afternoon.
Good
I believe
afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
you are Dr. Rajini, madam.
Yes, sir. Namaskar,
Oh,
sir.
very, very nice. Namaskar, namaskar. And do I see Dr.
Yes.
Bimal Kumar Bhattacharya? Dr. Bhattacharya, are you there? Sri Vilas Sinde ji, आप क्या साथ हैं? Are you there? I know Professor Bhavan Kumar is there very much, and I believe Professor Shekhar Muddu is also there.
Hi. Hi.
Yeah, namaskar. We are there.
Hello.
Yeah. So, Dr. Bhattacharya, Vilas Sinde ji, I think Professor Shekhar, Professor Bhavan Kumar, you are all there.
Hello.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, very much.
Okay. Fine.
You are Professor Bhavan Kumar or Professor Shekhar?
It is Bimal who is saying hello to you.
Oh, Dr. Bhattacharya, you are there?
Yeah.
Oh, very much. So nice. I feel relieved. And
So
this
I
is
am seeing Professor Shekhar and Babban Kumar ji.
okay. And Sri Vilas Sinde ji,
don't see him.
I think
Yeah.
Dr. Bhattacharya, if you can, ring Dr. Vilas and ask him to be online.
I don't have his actually mobile number. I had only email.
Okay. I'll try to see that. And Mr. Taposh Rai, are you there?
Sir, yes, sir.
Oh, great.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Very. And Dr. Shajol is very much there, I believe, from the morning. He has joined very much in the morning. Dr. Shajol Vishwash.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Very good afternoon. And Dr. Shahu, Dr. Narayan Shahu. I'll request your kind patience because we have a break on this front. So just bear with us. That's why I tried to connect with you. I could not see Sri Vilas. I'll give him a ring and try to have him. যা এখানে ব্যাটারি লো কি ব্যাপারটা আমি জানি না এটা সুইচ অফ হয়ে গেলে প্রবলেম হয়ে যায় why it is not put in power এখানে পাওয়ার নেই কেন একটু দেখুন না ভাই বা ওই যে দুজন ভদ্রলোক চার্জারটা কেন লাগানো হয়নি এ তো আমি জানি না আমি শুধু দেখছি এখানে লো ব্যাটারি দেখাচ্ছে খুব ক্রিটিক্যাল এক্ষুনি এটা বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে সব বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে এটা তো উষাদি এবং কেন এটা লাগাইনি কেন সকালবেলা heard online. Yes. So, uh, so actually, this workshop is designed by Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay and Dr. Bimal Kumar Bhattacharya. They have made this task possible for the Indian Mycological Society to pool all these speakers, which you can see that enlisted into this particular slides. And everyone, whatever their input, whatever their main guidance, whatever they have made for this workshop, it has been printed and each of you have received these particular abstract volume. I request all of you to go through each and every articles whenever the speaker will speak on the topic as per directions and the time slot given by the coordinator. And that's why we are here to help you to understand the main theme of this workshop on agriculture in digital era. Each speaker will speak with very limited time because time is one of the factors, but coordinator has taken the initiative to give all the input to all of you. You please open the abstract volume and keep it ready in your hands. So these are also given in your booklet. So you can see, you can read later on these lots of speakers who is joining in this program for success of this workshop. And ultimately, one lady scientist, Dr. Rajini Jain, she will join online and she will give all the final policy making options with the future agriculture in India's digital era. I will start. Now, without any delay, I request Chirantan Chattopadhyay to put effort to communicate to the audience. Thank you. Slide. Hello, please. Hey, Babu, don't slide. Which one, where it is together?
Not a process, not this. A presentation in this one. Chattopadhyay.
Very good morning, very good afternoon, respected Chairman, Dr. B.K. Das, Professor Masudev Dasgupta, our rapporteur, Dr. Subroto, and we have a very rich bunch of panelists here. My job is only to provide the overview, nothing else. I'll just go through the slides very briefly. See, you have heard since morning about it. Just to explain why we have so many panelists to do the job. Agriculture in India in the digital era, and this is the Government of India initiative for which the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences has asked this society, and the society is doing its bit. Can I request everybody to please? Yeah, thank you. I understand that everybody online is also available, particularly the panelists. The challenges in Indian agriculture, these are all known, that we have small land holdings and high percentage of small and marginal farmers, and a huge crop and land and soil diversity. This is what you see in this, and they are in the multiple scales, right from the plot scale to the global scale, and the data is available in different platforms. But unfortunately, while the world has moved ahead, in particular, very recently I was sharing some papers from China. And if you look at the situation, we are quite behind in the version of digitalization in India. So we have the problems of the degrading soil and water, the biotic stresses, the crop yield plateau, the nutritional deficiencies, very high oil import bill, and the the degrading the inadequate market intelligence also. So the crop area and the PT estimates available for granularity in both field and horticultural crops, the soil health monitoring and the climatic stresses, midterm crop vagaries and weather adversaries, and the crop loss assessments, the agro advisories and scales for farm and the management and the planning, the precision agriculture to improve the resource use efficiency, and the market intelligence for the price forecasting, etc., and also
Sir, you got muted.
yeah. And you also have the dynamic soil properties, that's the temperature, moisture, carbon, and nitrogen, etc., the data available. At the advanced level, we have the information, we need the information for the farmers, for the early warning for both biotic and abiotic stresses, at the farm scale for the precision solutions for water, nutrient, and the crop protection.
Dr. Chattopadhyay,
Yes, please.
your slides are not visible.
Oh, that's bad. You please be here. Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. Not moving. Okay. Yeah. And also the dynamic agroclimatic risk zoning and reliable pre-harvest estimates. For the conceptual structure, this is also known to many people for the Internet of Things, and the multi-protocol integration for the self-interoperability and the device heterogeneity, the cloud computing, the intelligent distribution systems, and the flow of the data from the wireless sensors through the cloud server and the WebGIS for planning and management. Now we know that so far as the drones are concerned, they do so many kinds of jobs, like the crop health monitoring, the soil health analysis, soil health monitoring, the irrigation and other input applications, and also the general crop monitoring and the irrigation planting also is done. The drone-based remote sensing, that's again available at the through the different sensors, the multispectral sensing, that's also done, and also the thermal infrared sensing, and also the normalized correlation kind of, at different resolutions. This is for Dr. Bimal, if you can kindly chip in and explain, please.
Yeah. So as compared to drone, the satellite has the advantage that it will have the definite orbit at regular time interval. So we have the workhorse of different spaceborne sensors from different resource satellites, that is with the LIS-3 camera, LIS-4 camera, and the advanced wide field sensor. As the spatial resolution is coarser, you will get more repeat overpass or observations from the same platform. And in addition to that, we have the Cartosat also that provides the sub-meter spatial resolution of data. However, the revisit period is very, very less, of the order of 90 days. This comprises of the optical remote sensing, which is mostly useful when there is cloud-free and fog-free conditions are there. But under cloudy conditions, like in the monsoon season, this current season, so there actually radar remote sensing, especially synthetic aperture radar, is very useful. And here actually we get the backscatter from the radar, which is actually useful for the final further analysis. So apart from the other global satellites, which are of course freely available data, and they also comprise of optical and these synthetic aperture radar. Those are also useful for the crop assessment. Over to Dr. Chattopadhyay.
Then we have the agromet data products at the block level for the advisories, for the aridity, for the vegetation aspect, then the temperature and the surface soil moisture, and then under the leadership of Dr. Bimal Bhattacharya, we did it for the mustard aphid, which is already in the Vedas. And this is available for the geospatial pest food warning as a prototype, and this can be upscaled for food warning of any other candidate pest. That means even the diseases. The pest forewarning and the digital agriculture, we did it with the amalgamation of the historical pest data, the weather data, and the satellite data, along with the artificial intelligence for the pest forecast. And similarly, now you already know that under the leadership of one of our colleagues, Dr. Y.G. Prasad in the Cotton Institute of ICR with TNAU, the AI has been amalgamated with the pheromone trap data to both detect and count the two pests, that's the whitefly and the pink bollworm. The AI-based software system, the smart farming and the deep learning systems, they can answer to numerous things and automate the agriculture operations and also enhance the input use efficiency. And by the automation of the farm machinery through either drones or agribots or different aspects, we can also address the labor shortage, which is a huge problem with our farmer friends. So ultimately, the policy, they need to be whatever we do and go ahead, but the policy needs to be very much farmer centric, and it should be affordable. There should be enough digital literacy for the purpose so that we actually land ourselves in India to take agriculture to the digital era. Yeah, Dr. Bimal, please.
Yeah, but then actually recently the Ministry of Agriculture has taken the Digital Agriculture Ecosystem Initiative, that is the IDEA, and under that a Krishi Decision Support System. It is a platform, integrated one-stop solution platform like Gati Shakti for agriculture, and these Krishi DSS just has been inaugurated on 16th of August by Minister of State for Agriculture, and these will facilitate the automation and transparency in the crop estimation, then disaster or risk assessment, and for crop insurance, soil information, and agroforestry, and various other things which will evolve in the upcoming years. And this is also entangled with another program, that is the AgriStack, that is the cadastral level land boundary digitization with the farmer database integrated into that. And one of these actually outcome where ISRO played tremendous role that there was no geospatial agricultural drought assessment system. So we have made an operational system based on drought manual 2020, and there is a lot of scope to add new drought indicators, or maybe the unified drought indicators, and coming out with the different alert system. Similarly, we'll be going for the real-time or in-season yield estimation, and also crop-wise monitoring system on our geospatial platform, and that will be integrated to this Krishi DSS. And these all will be powered through also some new kind of products which will be from future advanced satellites. And that's I have already put some list of satellites and some international collaboration is also going on for some global level collaboration with NASA and France, where our Indian Institute of Science friend Professor Shekhar is also involved. So these developments actually are very path-breaking development, and it will help all sort of stakeholders, starting from the researchers to the end users, and even the farming community, to take up the right decision at the right time through these all kind of information products and the solutions. Over to Dr. Chattopadhyay.
Again, you see that all these issues, whether it is the industry or the innovation system, they are both market centric, and they are also the farmer centric. So that's how we are trying to move ahead from the post-COVID market of India, which is estimated to be 18 billion US dollars, and presently around 20 billion US dollars. In another 3 years' time, we are supposed to be moving to almost 30 billion US dollars. And the entire thing is required to be very much farmer-centric. So for that purpose, the industry, the Gram Panchayats, the farmer producer companies, and the KVKs, they all need to come together to provide the geospatial services so that, actually the farmers, they are duly delivered the data for, doing the job for the nation. There have been some Indian claims, and we are still having no idea about the products on those aspects. And mechanization in India is still at 47%. We still don't know what is the rate of technology adoption or the replacement. And digitalization could move from direct intervention to information-based governance, and public participation and skill development, including the digital literacy among the farming community, is going to be very crucial. So policies based on the accurate data could transform the traditional agriculture to our farmers being e-farmers or the smart farmers, where inclusivity is going to be very, very critical. Now, as you know, that people in the research system, we will have very nice papers. If there is some research in digital agriculture, they will get awards, get promoted. All these things will happen very normally. But the very question at the end of the today's session is, can digital agriculture help transform the lives and the way of working for the farmers and the national economy? Thank you so much. And for this purpose, I think I could tell you why we have a rich panel of multidisciplinary aspect. So for discussion, for the discussion available today, thank you so much for your patient hearing for everybody on and offline. Thank you so much. So with this, I don't know if Sri Bilas Shinde ji, are you there online? Vilasji? Vilasji, are you there? No, it looks, I don't know if Vilasji is there. I've been trying to contact him. So I request our very important farmer friend, the farmers, they are going to play the crucial role. They are going to be the end users. So I request Mr. Amol Roy, and of course, before that, I'll request for the kind remarks of our honorable chairman and, Dr. Das, please, if you could make a few comments, maybe.
Yeah. I think this is a good initiative. All of you know, ICR is a mega project on NAPA, under NAPA, Precision Farming in Agriculture. More than 30 institutes are involved. And besides agriculture, NDRI is for animal science, and 3 institutes for the fisheries like CIFRI, SIFA, and CIFE, they are involved for this digital. Maybe when agriculture we talk, it includes animal science, also fisheries. Here we are mostly, if you know, ocean is a vast resources like for chlorophyll, upwelling zone, other things, forecasting for the fishermen to going to the potential fishing zones. These are being taken place in the thing in the different ways. But we are in the working how to design some of these sensors like DO sensor, ammonia sensors, to look into the how if the shrimp, we are the second, maybe the largest producers in the exports. If the shrimp farms produce lot of problems in the oxygen depletions, everything. And CIFRI has designed a DO sensors with a 5G technology DO sensors, automated monitoring, real-time monitoring that can be helpful for the farmers to know what are the oxygen levels. Accordingly, the smart aerator, you can give the command that can start also. And we have recently like turbidity and ammonia sensor in place. Besides, you told that we are working on the maybe most of the things like with the hyperspectral imaging, the chlorophyll, small reservoirs, where mapping and productivity will be looked into the digital eras. And besides, like marketing, other things is go ahead. But we are now thinking is a drone-based water sampling to the remotest place. When you are going to the hilly terrains, other things, sampling is not provided. So we have a automated sensors with Nansen reversing bottle for the collecting for the drone, the water sampling, and patent we have filed for this and these executions. And besides, like other things like digital era, marketing, other things, like farm to the plate. From Honorable Prime Minister vision is if you can transport through drone the fish from the farm to the urban centers, and that project in the rightly placed, we have already tied with the industries. And besides applications, feed broadcastings, all these things is working for the modernizations. Again, the thing of the macrophytes and other things coverage in wetlands, whether weed infestations there, you can accordingly decision supports can be given. These are the few aspects, and we have means last month Honorable DG has inaugurated smart pond harvesting systems in SIFA campus, where if you are feeding other things, feeder, everything is smart, including monitoring, and fish will come to a certain place. Where 3-4 days will start feeding, and automatically you have to close the things, it's lot systems. You can close the systems and you can harvest the fish instead of netting, saving the manpower. So these were this smart system is coming in the digital eras where you can saving labors, everything. And we have also introduced RA systems for catfish. If we have seen singi, magur breeding other fish, based on the turbidity, energy can be saved in the RA system. Earlier, maybe it was required for breeding 1 kilo 300 liters, maybe hardly 1 to 3 liters. So these are the systems we are in the operation in the fishery sector. The animal sector, like your poultry, other things, PDP is working on this system. NDRI also milking of the cow and other things, and other systems, the AI based, they are also working. And this is under the precision farming systems under IRA is leading with the RN Sahu from the agricultural physics background. They are leading the project partners, and if you see, it is a website, it is totally devoted to the precision farming and all this like soil based mapping, or everything was there in hyperspectral imaging. So all these systems, different banana institute is our quality of the bananas, then tomato, all this lot of institute again of soil science, soil research institute, Bhopal is also they are working. NRI is working also from the crop like rice systems. So these will supplement these other things again. Maybe November, December, NAAS is organizing a seminar also, 2 day seminar on this digital agriculture also, and this is a deliberation fund. All input, everybody's input, a small input make India a big hub for the digital farming. That is from my side. So we can interact from all of this, because when you're talking of nothing, I thought that interventions in fisheries or aquaculture or animal science can add value to this digital aquaculture today things. I expect that others inputs can put to a bigger extent to this thing. Thank you.
So nice, Dr. Das, for your kind comments. We move to the our first part, the farmer friend. So Amol Rai is the secretary of the Shatmail Shatish Club, based in the Kuch Bihar district. It's an NGO, and I'll request him to illustrate the needs of farmers required to be fulfilled for agriculture in digital era.
সকলকে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। আজকে ইন্ডিয়ান মাইক্রোলজিক্যাল সোসাইটি আমাকে আমন্ত্রণ করার জন্য আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। আমরা 7 মাইল সতীশ ক্লাব অফ পাঠাঘাট একটা এগ্রিকালচার বেসড অর্গানাইজেশন। আমরা মূলত ফার্ম মেকানাইজেশন নিয়ে কাজ করি। গত 10 বছর ধরে উত্তরবঙ্গ কৃষি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের সঙ্গে আমরা কাজ করে চলছি। আমরা দেখেছি যে এগ্রিকালচার সেক্টরে বর্তমানে যে মেইন চ্যালেঞ্জেস সেটা হচ্ছে ফার্মার শর্টেজ এবং ইয়াং জেনারেশন এগ্রিকালচারে ইন্টারেস্টেড হচ্ছে না। সেই জায়গায় ক্লাইমেট ক্রাইসিস একটা অনেক বড় ফ্যাক্টর। সেই জায়গায় ফার্ম মেকানাইজেশনটাকে আরো বেশি করে প্রমোট করা দরকার। যেরকম আমরা দেখেছি যে ইতিমধ্যে প্রিসিশন ফার্মিং হিসাবে ড্রোনের শুরুটা হয়েছে, বাট এটাতে প্রথমেই আমি বলতে চাই যে ড্রোনের যে ব্যবহার সঠিক এন্টারপ্রেনার্স এবং সঠিক
Sound is not coming.
The speaker is on mute.
এটা খুবই দরকার, যেগুলো আমরা হয়তো জানতামই না। যে আজকে আমরা 10 বছর আগে তামিলনাড়ু বিভিন্ন আদার স্টেটে আমরা ফার্ম মেকানাইজেশনে দেখতাম যে রাইস ট্রান্সপ্লান্টার মেশিন, জিরো টিলেজ মেশিন পাঞ্জাব হরিয়ানাতে চলছে। আমরা ভাবতে পারিনি যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গে আমরা এটাকে আউটস্কেলিং করতে পারবো। তো আমরা ইউবিকেবি সাহায্যে আজকে আমরা কুচবিহার, আলিপুরদুয়ার এবং জলপাইগুড়ি জেলাতে আমরা নিজেরা প্রতি বছর আমরা সেখানে সার্ভিস দেই। বোথ সিডলিং ফ্যাক্টরি এন্ড রাইস ট্রান্সপ্লান্টার মেশিন বোথ একসঙ্গে আমরা সার্ভিস দেই। আমরা তো এগুলো ফার্মাররা চাচ্ছে না। ফার্মাররা অল্প সময়ের মধ্যে যারা সার্ভিস চায় তাদের জন্য এই সার্ভিসগুলো খুবই বেটার। তো আমরা যেটা মনে করি যে প্রসেসিং ফার্মিং এবং ডিজিটাল মার্কেট প্লেস খুবই ইম্পর্টেন্ট। কারণ ডিজিটাল মার্কেট প্লেসে আমরা যারা কৃষকরা ফসল উৎপাদন করি কোথায় বিক্রি করব সেটা আমরা সঠিকভাবে জানি না। আমাদের কাছে বায়ার ইনফরমেশন থাকে না। সো বায়ার সেলার ইনফরমেশনটা খুবই ডিজিটাল প্ল্যাটফর্মে থাকা দরকার এবং ডাটা ড্রাইভেন ডিসিশন মেকিং থাকা দরকার এবং ডিজিটাল লিটারেসি এবং এক্সটেনশন সার্ভিস, তার সাথে ডিজিটাল এগ্রিকালচার প্ল্যাটফর্ম, এআই পাওয়ার্ড ফার্মিং এবং সাস্টেনেবল এগ্রিকালচার। ডিজিটাল এগ্রিকালচার নিড টু এমফাসাইজ অর্গানিক ফার্মিং, কনজারভেশন এগ্রিকালচার এবং রিজেনারেটিভ এগ্রিকালচার প্র্যাকটিসেস টু প্রমোট ইকো ফ্রেন্ডলি ফার্মিং মেথডস। এবং তার সাথে খুবই দরকার এগ্রিকালচারের সাথে সাথে গভর্নমেন্ট স্কিমগুলোকে আরো বেশি করে কনভার্জেন্স করা এবং ব্যাংক লোন সরলীকরণ করা বা ইজি যাতে অ্যাক্সেস করা যায় এবং সেখানে এফপিও এফপিসিদের আরো বেশি করে প্রায়োরিটি দেওয়া দরকার। কারণ এখন যে কোনো জিনিসেই গ্রুপ অফ ফার্মার্স অর্থাৎ ফার্মার প্রডিউসার কোম্পানি বা অর্গানাইজেশনের উপর গুরুত্ব দেওয়া হচ্ছে এবং তার উপরেই বেস করে বিভিন্ন সরকারি বেসরকারি কর্মসূচিগুলো চলছে। তো আমরা এইগুলো কাজ করে আজকে আমরা দেখেছি যে ফার্মা প্রডিউসার অর্গানাইজেশন আমরা ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলের 10টি জেলাতে কাজ করছি সেন্ট্রাল সেক্টর স্কিমের আন্ডারে এসএমএস এর মাধ্যমে। আমরা দেখেছি যে এখানে সঠিক মার্কেট যে লিঙ্কেজেস যে বিষয়টি আছে আরো বেশি করে এটাকে ডিজিটাল প্ল্যাটফর্মে নিয়ে আসা উচিত। কারণ আমরা ডিজিটাল প্ল্যাটফর্ম অনেকগুলোই দেখি, কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি ট্রাস্ট লেভেল প্ল্যাটফর্মের খুব অভাব। তো সেই জায়গায় ডিজিটাল যে প্ল্যাটফর্ম সেটাকে সঠিকভাবে উদ্যোগ নেওয়াটা খুবই দরকার। এবং তার পাশাপাশি আমরা চেষ্টা করছি এবং আমরা কাজও করছি অ্যাগ্রো ফরেস্ট্রির উপরে, যেহেতু ক্লাইমেট একটা বড় ফ্যাক্টর, এগ্রিকালচারে খুব ইম্প্যাক্ট পড়ছে। কৃষকরা আগে যদি 5 ঘন্টা 7 ঘন্টা কাজ করতো, এখন 3 ঘন্টাও কাজ করতে পারে না। সেই জন্য ক্লাইমেট রেজিলিয়েন্ট আমাদের চিন্তা ভাবনা করতে হবে এবং সেখানে সিডস থেকে শুরু করে আরো মেকানাইজেশন প্রমোট থেকে শুরু করে এগ্রিকালচারের উপরে স্টার্টআপ থেকে শুরু করে এই জায়গাগুলো আমাদের বেশি করে প্রমোট করা দরকার। কারণ এগ্রিকালচার যেহেতু ভারতবর্ষের মেরুদণ্ড, সেহেতু আমরা আমাদের বিশেষ করে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের উত্তরবঙ্গে আমরা সেই ধরনের এগ্রিকালচার বেসড যে অ্যাক্টিভিটির যে স্টার্টআপ আমরা খুবই কম লক্ষ্য করি। এটাতে সমস্ত অর্গানাইজেশনকে এগিয়ে আসতে হবে। এবং এই কাজগুলোতে আমরা যেটা দেখেছি যে উত্তরবঙ্গে বিশেষ করে যে আমরা কেভিকে স্টেট এগ্রিকালচার ইউনিভার্সিটি ইউবিকেবি প্রচন্ড ভাবে অ্যাক্টিভলি আমাদেরকে সাপোর্ট করে এপিসি দের এবং যারা এগ্রিকালচার নিয়ে কাজ করে। তো এই জায়গাতে আরো বেশি করে কনভার্জেন্স মডেলটাকে শক্তিশালী করা দরকার এবং এগ্রিকালচারের যে বিশেষ করে যে ডিজিটালাইজেশন এটাকে আরো বেশি করে প্রমোট করা দরকার। থ্যাংক ইউ।
So nice, thank you, Mr. Roy. And we move to Dr. Bhattacharya. Dr. Bhattacharya, you are there? Yeah, Dr. Bhattacharya. Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Chattopadhyay, I have one request. You can invite other experts also first, then maybe in between you can call me.
Okay. So we move then to Professor Baban Kumar Bansor from the CSIO. He's in the CSIR Central Scientific Instrument Organization. He is a professor in the Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. And he will kindly tell us very briefly his plans to help realize the dreams of Indian farmers through the Internet of Things and the sensors in the digital era. Over to Dr. Baban Kumarji.
Yeah, thank you, Chattopadhyay sir and Vimal sir. It's an opportunity to interact with all of you. So here are some of the glimpses. I hope my voice is audible and slides are visible to all of you.
Yeah, everything is okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. So some glimpses about what CSR in Chandigarh is doing in the areas of smart agriculture based on IoT. So basically, okay, it's not moving. All right. So all of us know that our population is growing and there's a basic need of food and clothes and all this. And so how we attain this? So that is the bigger question. And how do we feed 9 billion population by 2050? And although we are agrarian country by majorly, our GDP contribution is less compared to the other service sector and industry sector. So how do we change this scenario? And earlier we know that post independence we had famine and we were having some food shortage and green revolution happened. So although it resulted into enhancing our productivity many folds, but then a lot of negative impacts happened. So this is where the onset of knowledge and innovation era happened. And so how do we now erase this? So, and how do we bring the food sustainability in the present scenario wherein we are facing a lot of challenges? India is emerging technologically, a lot of technological needs are there, urbanization is happening, land is shrinking. So in this scenario, how do we address this PPP, people, planet and profit? We give people nutritious food, we don't damage planet, and still we do it at the profitability. So the answer is to that is precision agriculture, wherein what we do is we have technologies and agronomic principles. We are managing spatial and temporal variability for improving the crop performance. This is where we actually do data collection by soil map, crop condition map, and yield maps, and then we do the interpretations wherein the decision support system generates various prescription maps, and then we finally give the VRT in terms of sowing, fertilizing, and protecting. So in this scenario, what can help? So there are emerging technologies, there are airborne systems like other speakers talk about, there are remote sensing based systems, drone based systems, and there are ground based systems. So the whole thing is actually having the high resolution data, because more is the high resolution data, better will be the accuracy and precision management. So this is where the IoT is actually pitching in and is able to help the precision farming for optimizing planting, irrigation, harvesting processes, and giving the data-driven insights for increased efficiency and productivity. It can do the real-time monitoring of various processes, agronomic processes, and thereby giving the auto and actuations in terms of automating the various on-field crop efficiency management operations, including the smart machinery, automated systems, and reduce the costs. So IoT is actually the Internet of Things, and when I say things, that means it can be living things or non-living things. And herein, what we do is actually there are sensors, and these are controlling the operations.
Dr. Bhavan Kumar, any problem?
Hello. Hello, sir.
Yeah, are you fine?
Yeah, I'm fine.
No.
Yeah, so these are actually driving the machines for various operations. And herein, this impact of smart IoT in smart agriculture will include the crop management, supply chain optimizations, greenhouse automations, precision farming, and it provides the better resolution data in terms of spatial temporal variability, and thereby giving a lot of predictive analytics and data-driven decision makings. So these are some of the ongoing work at CSI Chandigarh, wherein what we are doing is we are mapping the data below the canopy, above the canopy, and at the canopy. Below the canopy, we are mapping all the spatial parameters in terms of soil parameters, and above the canopy, meteorological variability aspects are mapped, and at the canopy, crop good parameters are logged. And then these are actually transferred to the cloud, and then finally we are doing analytics and giving a lot of decisions in regards to managing the crops. So this is the hardware that CSIO Chandigarh has developed indigenously, and wherein we are using a ESP32 based microprocessor of more than 200 megahertz, gives a lot of good processing speeds. It has got a communication protocol including LoRa, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Zigbee, and on board itself to transmit this data, which will be basically logged from various sensors, spatial sensor, temporal sensors, NPK, EC, and all these values will be logged. And it has the capability to store on board as well as process it, and finally communicate it to the cloud. And it has got onboard power supply system so that it can work long-lived and in a perpetual network scenarios. This is the agriculture architecture that we have designed, wherein different schemes can be used for transmitting the data. We call it Krishi IoT, and this is fully indigenously designed hardware, and it can map all the spatial temporal data and finally make these services available for farmers to provide advisory into possible weather events, soil health, and suitable agricultural practices with targeted interventions for sustainable crop production. And we are using this different unique architecture for gateway, wherein the thread is actually collecting the data from nodes and stores it in the ring buffer, and then actually stores it to the files. Finally, it goes to the structured format, and the fourth thread then communicates to the cloud. So this is the in-house designed algorithm, AI and ML-based algorithm on the gateways. And this is the ESP32 node that we have in-house designed, and is now in the field, piloted, and the data logging is monitored for the performance and different trends that are happening. This is the data logging. This is a gateway which you can see. The gateway again, RPI based, very powerful Krishi IoT gateway that we designed. It has a capability to log the data from multiple sensor scenario in the field, multi nodes and single gateway scenario. And this is the data we have tested on the ThinkSpeak cloud platform. So these are the various sensors that we are presently are in the process of integrating, and we plan to transform this actually whole thing into a complete indigenous platform by using the Shakti-based controller, which is an indigenous controller designed by IIT Madras. We are going to replace the existing this ESP32-based modules with the Shakti controllers, and MindGrow technology is actually working. We are in the process of formulating a MOU with them, and it will be complete end-to-end solution, which will be 100% indigenized, even the semiconductor chips. And we are also would like to get this Navik GPS system developed by the ISRO on board this. So these are the ongoing efforts and processes, the R&D. And this is a node level data logging experience that we have performed at the lab scale level. So there are a lot of benefits this IoT will be able to help us for smart farming. And overall, I can say that it will help us to produce more by managing the various pre-harvesting operations, and it will also help to protect more by managing the post-harvest operations at the storage houses. And finally, we will be able to have profiting more by having the interventions in the market, consumer-based networks. So thank you all for your patient listening and for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bhavan Kumar ji, for an excellent, brief idea about the sensors. They are going to play a major role. I think we move to Professor Shekhar Muddu. Are you there, Professor Shekhar?
I'm there.
Yeah, thank you. So Professor Shekhar, you have mentioned about water budgeting. Would you please tell us very briefly your plans to help realize the dreams of Indian farmers through your expertise in hydrology and water management in the digital era? He is from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and works on hydrology and water resources, being a civil engineer. Yeah.
Okay. Briefly, I hope you are able to hear me. The water budget which you wanted to look at in a watershed is essentially comprises of several variables, as you can see. You can have precipitation modulated into some kind of a runoff, evapotranspiration, a recharge component, and a soil moisture change, these are the critical elements which are required for various applications in organizing at a plot scale, or even a small landscape scale, or a land unit, or even a small micro watershed. So a lot of DSS may require this information. So the interesting point to look at, maybe through some few applications I would show, is, for example, I don't know whether it is... why is it not showing? So just give me a minute. I have an animation which is, sorry. So typically, if you very carefully look at, I will only give one application related to groundwater, which is interesting because there is a lot of sensitivity to the agriculture from a groundwater system. So typically in the earlier years, in probably before Green Revolution, there was very little groundwater use, but post Green Revolution, you can call groundwater Green Revolution, where you had a large amount of use of groundwater, which is probably contributing to the food inputs in Indian context, and which is also primarily because they could drill deep, collect water from deeper horizons and so on. I don't know why it is not moving. So, but in the peninsular India, typically we are comprised of hard rocks, which have very low water. In fact, it is unfortunate comparison to the northern India. So water is held in hard rocks, where the storage component is very small. So in the process, what happens is that though people have invested, here is an example of a small micro watershed where people have invested a lot of wells. Many of these wells dry up, again come back into use periodically. So that means they are not constant use. So for example, typically if you look at this view graph, you will clearly see that in rain-fed areas, in catchments which are not so much predominantly with groundwater, use of groundwater, the groundwater levels tend to be oscillating around more agreeable terms with rainfall. But where they have a lot of groundwater use, or maybe 30–40% of the farmers in rain-fed catchments nowadays are using, the groundwater tables will go down. The stocks can go down very dramatically in some years due to lack of rainfall in the preceding years. So this has a negative externality in some sense that the groundwater yields from these wells are also linked to the water stock in this aquifer. So that means we need to look at how to understand these yields. So if we are able to fingerprint the yields in different areas and come out like you map soil health card and or land resource inventories, which are becoming common now in the soil surveys and so on. If we are able to do some kind of fingerprinting of yield versus groundwater levels in different aquifer systems, which is happening to some extent by various groundwater teams doing this information will be very useful, because typically when the water levels go down to here, the very low yield is not enough to buffer the rainfall. But when you are here, you may be able to buffer the rainfall variations from groundwater. So the important aspect is that knowing the yield, one could make decisions on what, if the information is available ahead of the time before the start of the season, the adaptation can be much better. So choice of the crop, area under irrigation, typically a farmer may have 1 hectare, but maybe that is not adequate when the yields come down. Then we may have to give an agro advisory in such a way that the person could modulate in terms of using the irrigation and rain-fed combinations. So, or maybe choose an alternate crop and so on. So what I'm meaning to say is how to adapt better under varying groundwater, varying regimes through fingerprinting about the yield, which is an important information. Similarly, in the watershed activities are going on in the country, which you are all familiar with. In the Department of Land Resource, so a lot of trench bunds, check dams, groundwater recharge structures are being done. India probably spends several thousands of crores in every state under various programs of PMKSY and other programs. So the important aspect in all of them is input of a lot of water conservation structures. So today, I think in the morning, you had already a few slides telling how various products coming from SAR satellites, etc., can be used. Here, I'm showing you an example saying that a few plots like this, a small 1 square kilometer area comprising of several farmers with various farmlands of 1 hectare or so in the hashed areas, but have multiple type of crops. They are not one single crop, unlike elsewhere. So there are farmers are using different biodiverse crops, as we heard in the morning. So this is good for diversity of crop diversity from pest and so on and so forth. But then it's also a nightmare for satellite data products. So how we have to make an assessment of the interventions here. Typically in watershed practices, they are doing all those interventions which I showed you in the previous slide. And it's important to understand which areas needs an intervention, which one are not. So I'll show you an example of someone may have already a farm pond and they are able to irrigate. So that interventions may have to be changed accordingly. So typically, if you take a satellite picture like this from a SAR satellite, whether Indians RISAT or Sentinel, which are coming frequently, you can see each farm plots where the moisture adequacy is good. In some places, moisture adequacy is not good. Red is indicating low moisture and dark blue is, this is in a period when you have a little drought. You see the period when there is a drought. So that means you focus on periods when there is a drought of 1 month or so, or 3 weeks during the rainy season, a gap, and then try to understand how are able to buffer. Then if these are, from these, you can identify which areas you can do further saturation treatment or intervention treatment in watershed. So these are very useful for watershed managers who are currently not able to make watershed management plans very quickly. In every farm plot, their interventions are done, but without this information. This is another way. So we have come a journey where we could even estimate how is the temporal behavior of the moisture content in a farm plot or a set of farm plots from and satellite derived. So the satellite derived, here is an example of the satellite derived soil moisture in the case of a small area in micro watershed of 500 hectare. In having the similar crop of soybean and red gram, which is a clay soil. But we can see that you are able to get the trends of the soil moisture, even though the accuracy is about 4 to 5% in detecting the soil moisture. Similar exercises are able to be done in different parts of red soils and black soils by using retrieval algorithms. The interesting point is that this is the gap areas in the moisture season is critical for us to understand what kind of decisions we are to do. Once we have these kind of algorithms ready, you can go backwards because the satellite products are available from various SaaS platforms in the past as well. And then understand how much is the gap periods we have in different farm plots or in a watershed, and try to look at what kind of interventions we do for both rainwater use efficiency as well as if there is a farm ponds and bore wells combining with farm ponds, how to do the irrigation management. So not only doing with irrigation, it can also be done with rainwater use efficiencies by using trench combines and so on and so forth. The last example I will give is that how does a good evapotranspiration estimates which are being made can also be used in the watershed programs. Currently, you are already pointed out that we have future upcoming Krishna mission where evapotranspiration will be done, and Bimal Bhattacharya is leading this initiative, who is there with you. And the interesting point is, here is an example of a small micro watershed land unit where you can say that we have this much precipitation, and if you are able to estimate evapotranspiration at sub-kilometer scales, and that can be combined to be able to understand what kind of a surplus you have. Precipitation minus evapotranspiration tells you how much water is on the landmass in that particular unit. So in this case, you can see that you have a positive budget for Kharif season. In this, you can see there is a positive budget in the Rabi season too, but you have a negative budget in the summer season. That's because many of these watersheds also have plantations and so on and so forth, which are like banana, coconut, and so on and so forth. So these are consuming water, but these are consuming water from the groundwater. So it's important or imperative that the extra surplus water, how do we do the conservation? Not only surface water conservation, how do you manage the aquifer recharge to satisfy this deficit? So in short, the water budget in various components can be managed by looking at evapotranspiration, soil moisture, groundwater recharge, etc., these components. So some of these are digital tools done at a very micro, or rather satisfying at the scale of relevance, rather, makes a very useful contribution for decision support tools at the national scale for various applications. Thank you so much.
Professor Shekhar, I am thrilled with whatever with your inputs. Really great. So nice of you. We move to another water expert because water is the important thing. So we move to Professor Shubhimal Ghosh from the Civil Engineering Department of IIT Bombay. And he's also the convener of interdisciplinary program for in the climate studies, and he will also tell us how to realize the dreams of Indian farmers through his expertise in hydroclimatology, regional climate modeling, and understanding Indian monsoon and water resource systems in the digital era. So over to you, Professor Ghosh. Your slides are there.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to you all. It's an honor to be here. And it's also an honor to present Dr. Professor Shekhar, who was my professor at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. So, yes. So, when you are talking about agriculture, essentially you're talking about security, food, water security, and so on. I'll start with one of the high confidence statement which was made by Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in 2022 in their assessment report 6. What they have mentioned is that what they have said from there it's very clear that it's not an Indian problem. If you're talking about water and food security, it's a global problem because they have said nowhere in the world the agricultural water management is climate resilient or sustainable in a changing climate. And that's a very big statement they have made with very high confidence. That shows that we are actually going through some trouble and climate stress is one of the major stress. Now let us try to think what is happening over India. In India, there has been an increase in the population. There is a population growth and we have to feed the people. So we have to intensify our agricultural activities. So we need to grow more crops. And when we have to grow more crops, we need more water. It is as simple as that. And at the same time, what's happening? Warming is happening. So you need more water because the water demand keeps on increasing. Now, if you're talking about availability, because whenever you are going to manage anything, you need to think of demand, you need to think of availability. So our available water is monsoon. 70 to 80% of the water comes from southwest monsoon. Now, if you are looking at the monsoon rainfall, if you are considering low to moderate rainfall, which essentially adds to soil moisture, they are actually reducing. And the extreme rainfall is increasing, which is actually going to the ocean. So the challenge here is your water availability is reducing, water demand is increasing. So we have to think of irrigation, and that's why irrigation is intensifying. Now, while intensifying irrigation, what is happening? Because there is not much of monitoring or not much of precision agriculture, what is happening is that we are over pumping groundwater. And when you are over pumping groundwater, what is happening? Your groundwater keeps on depleting. And we can see the signature of groundwater depletion in most part of this country. Now, with this groundwater depletion, what is happening? Let's say last year the water level is here, next year it will be here. So you need more energy to pump the groundwater. And when you need more energy, your energy requirement is increasing, your irrigation cost is increasing. And when irrigation cost is increasing, it is affecting the crop price. And if crop price is increasing, it is affecting the food security. So to solve food security problem, you are now bringing water security problem, energy security problem, as well as food security problem. And we are in a trap. And we have to think of how to really come out of the trap. And that's really a major challenge for which we really need digital agriculture, with the help of digital agriculture or precision agriculture and so on. So what we thought of looking at only the water management for agriculture. And what we started doing is that we started working with one of the farm, which is known as Shayadri farm. The first speaker was Sri Bilas Shinde, who was from Shayadri farm. And with his team, we started collaborating. And what we did, of course, they have revolutionized the digital agriculture there. And in the district of Nasik, where a lot of soil moisture sensors were actually installed. And those farmers are rich, of course, they can afford to install soil moisture sensors. Because when you're talking about digital agriculture, when you're talking about IoT-based instruments, we have to understand that the farmers, it should be affordable. Otherwise, it's very difficult to install. Of course, those farmers could afford the soil moisture sensors. And based on that, they used to do the irrigation. They used to decide that how much water needs to irrigate, and they used to irrigate the water. Then we asked them, over the last 10 years, India has spent a huge fund for improving the weather forecast. Why don't you use the weather forecast? They said, we know weather forecast has improved, but we do not know how to really use it on the farm, simply because the weather forecast has its own uncertainty, own error, etc. And we do not know how to really address that. Then we started discussing with them. So at this moment, I'd like to mention that when it comes to, because our agricultural system is not climate resilient, we have to make it weather smart and climate ready. it's not agriculture, any technology or any scientific development has to be weather smart and climate ready, and so the agriculture. So when it comes to this different kind of forecasts which are available, the first thing what is available is 3 to 7 days of forecast, which is weather to medium range forecast. So these are useful when you, let's say tomorrow you are irrigating your farm. So you need to know that if I irrigate tomorrow, I don't have to irrigate for next 7 days. So what will be the amount of irrigation needed? For that, weather to medium range forecasts are important. The second one is extended range prediction, which is known as subseasonal to seasonal prediction, which is known as S2S. S stands for subseasonal, 2S, seasonal. So subseasonal to seasonal gives you 3 to 4 weeks in advance the meteorological forecast. And that will help you to understand. Let's say if you're a farmer, you're in an arid region, and you want to know that after 2 weeks, how much water I need to arrange to irrigate, because that's a very difficult thing for them when you are in an arid region. So that can be useful for that. Then let's say seasonal prediction. Seasonal prediction means at the start of the crop season, it will provide you for next 6 months what will be the climatic, what will be the, I'd say, meteorological condition. So based on that, you can decide whether you will go for water intensive crop or non-water intensive crop, and so on. And then the last one is decadal prediction, where still the global, if you're talking about global models are not really very good still now for decadal predictions, but things are improving. But once things are improved, that will be very useful for 10 years policy planning. So these are different scales of predictions or forecasts which are available that can be used to make our agricultural system weather smart and climate ready. So what we started when we started working with them is we asked them, why are you not using weather forecast? They said, of course, there are errors. Do you know how to really consider or address this error? So then what we did, one of our students, Adrija Roy, she developed this method. What we started doing, we tried to understand what methodology they follow. Then we have the understanding of water budgeting. We also have the understanding of weather forecasting. We also have the understanding of downscaling. That means from post resolution weather forecast, how can you bring it to very high resolution weather forecast? So we did that, and we developed some uncertainty modeling so that the farmers can select, okay, if I want to make sure that with 95% probability that the soil will not be below a certain threshold, then how much water is needed. So they can decide. That will be user driven. So user can decide that, and based on that, then the model will tell you, okay, this much of water is now needed. So that sort of thing we designed, and what they found is that 10 to 30% of the water saving is possible. Straightaway 10 to 30% water saving is possible, because most of the cases what happens when there is a sort of a dry condition, they irrigate, next 2 days there will be rainfall, and this irrigation water doesn't really make much of sense. Then they ask that, okay, that's correct. You can tell us how much water we have to irrigate, but let's say in 2 weeks in advance, if you have to plan for water, how to really do that? Then we have taken, we have used the extended range predictions. Now, when we use the extended range predictions, of course, there we use a slightly different kind of methodology. I'm not going into the mathematics or technical part, but what we did here is that we have generated huge number of ensemble and use again the stochastic optimization and so on. And finally, we showed that even 2 weeks in advance, 2 to 3 weeks in advance, you can still tell that how much water is really needed. There can be little bit of plus minus 5% or so, but still you can tell that how much water is needed, and they are quite good. I mean, they are really usable. If we can do a little bit out of the box thinking, do a little add still help you in terms of now most do not have cannot really afford to have soil moisture sensor. What will they do? So they are for example, if you look at it, so you can use satellite soil moisture, but satellite footprints are also quite large, quite coarse, and they only give at surface level. So they are not really useful if you have to think of root zone soil moisture. So what we tried to do, we have considered the village, and we have considered based on crop and soil type, we have classified into different groups. And for each of the groups, if there is at least one soil moisture sensor, we have got the data, and then we have used some AI/ML approach so that we can generate the soil moisture map over a larger region, and then applied these methods and tried to find out if it is really working well or not. And what we have found is that since weather forecast has its error uncertainty, even monitoring system has its uncertainty, satellite data has its own uncertainty. You are using multiple satellite data. if you consider all of them together, still they're adding a lot of value. And that clearly shows that, yes, technology is available, but what we have to think is that we have to make the technology affordable for the people with some out of the box thinking, and so that you do not lose your yield. So your yield is maximized, and with the co-benefits of improving your water security as well as energy security. Thank you.
Excellent, Professor Ghosh. Not only keeping to time, but providing excellent, hope for the important input that's water. We move to from water to nutrient management, and so we have one at this point available, and that is Mr. Taposh, right? Mr. Taposh, are you there? Mr. Taposh,
Yeah,
right?
hi. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, very much.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. He is the senior manager in for digital with the Rallis India Limited, and he, along with Dr. Shubhendu Bhadrarai, he will tell us. He has a decade of experience leading various digital projects in the agricultural domain, and has been very much appreciated in the recent G20 summit as well. So kindly tell us very briefly your plans to use your expertise to help realize the dreams of Indian farmers in the digital era. Please, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Chattopadhyay, and my thanks to the Indian Mycological Society for giving this opportunity to present our work. I represent Rallis India. Rallis is a part of Salt to Software conglomerate Tata Group. So, customer centricity is in our DNA, and we are continuously leveraging various digital means to serve Indian farmer in a more better way. Try to solve their day-to-day
Mr.
farming
Taposh, could
related
you be a
issues.
little louder, please? Could you be a little louder? And we are yet to see
Am
your
I
slides.
am I better audible now?
Yeah,
Am I
yeah,
better audible now?
yeah.
Okay, fine. So, quickly, I will take you through one of our flagship digital agriculture project, that is Drishti, internally branded. I'm sharing my screen. Let me know if it is visible to you. Just a minute. I hope my screen is visible. So, as I mentioned, at rallies, we have been continuously trying to make the Indian farmers' life easier by the help of different agri-related innovation, whether it is product or it is a digital solution. So today, very briefly, I will take you through one of our flagship project, that is Drishti. So it's a co-development project between Rallis India as well as Tata Consultancy Services. So as we all are aware of the adversity of climate change, it's becoming day by day increasingly difficult for both farming community as well as for the agri input companies to plan better without having a proper decision intelligence system, and that was a trigger. So my previous speakers also touched upon this particular point. So I'm just reiterating here. So this Drishti platform, here we use multiple satellite data, weather data, historical data from our database, which is a big data, and also the vast knowledge that the Rallis India has in the agri space. So all these things are getting encompassed in a state-of-the-art artificial intelligence system developed internally, and the output is coming like the crop productivity, pest prediction, and the site-specific, very customized advisory for the Indian farmer. So basically, means in our platform, we have been leveraging satellites because of its scalability. Though there are certain challenges like the atmospheric hindrance, cloud cover, especially during the southwest monsoon time. So we are finding various technical solutions to overcome those. So we started our journey with optical platforms, and now we are mostly dependent on the SAR platform, synthetic aperture radar, though there is a dearth of SAR data, especially until Sentinel 1C or 1D reaching to the orbit. So it's a very challenging situation to do the cloud detection and removal, and then the image reconstruction is happening by help of SAR wherever it is possible. And then all this information is being
Mr. Tapur, some issue with your
for
connectivity.
paddy, cotton, tomato, and surveillance.
I think we have lost the connectivity with you, Mr. Tapur.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we lost you, but we have got you back. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, this technology we have been using primarily to monitor our hybrid seed production farms. So here is a quick view of that Drishti surveillance and the remote monitoring that we are doing for our hybrid seed production. So basically, the hybrid seed production in India, if we see that it's mainly follow a legacy process of farm monitoring. Rallies being the first company to leverage this type of technology very specific to its hybrid and provide the actionable insights to the seed growers. So we do monitor crop health, crop biomass. We do have our leaf area measurement models, the plant population, and to some extent some of the micronutrient and the water stress. These are getting monitored, and all these things are clubbed together into a particular crop model, which provide us a grading system. So the hybrid seed production farms are graded with the three grades A, B, C, and a slightest change in the grading is automatically getting disseminated to the seed growers and also to the our frontline team who are in close association with the seed growers. So that's how it is significantly helping both the company as well as the seed growers to improve the productivity as well as the profitability. Another part is here that the pest prediction. So the pest it remains a major headwind for the growers. So how we can provide the pest prediction to the farmer? So the short duration short window prediction is available mostly, but here the aim is to extend it. So by leveraging various technologies, we are now able to provide farmer with a early alert of 21 days. We started our journey with rule-based machine learning models, and now we landed on deep learning. So these are pretty accurate, and not only it provides a binary prediction of that paste, no paste type of thing, but if it is yes, the paste prediction, the paste infestation is likely to happen, then what will be the severity? Probably, if it is a low severity, a particular molecule generic molecule can means mitigate that risk. But if there is a possibility of a high infestation, which can cause significant economical damage, so that's why we have a multi-level prediction model here, which provides farmer with the information what will be the severity of that particular pest. severity of also extended with the pest identification. So we have been using various computer vision technologies to identify the pest in case farmer is not able to do that, though that is not a very prominent need from the Indian farming community, but still we have that particular feature here. But the pest prediction, almost 500,000 Indian farmer, including our own seed growers, are getting benefit by help of this particular pest prediction, and they are means literally able to reduce the input cost. So they can do proper preventive spray if the likely outbreak of high infestation of a pest is very high, and that's why it's giving a tremendous mileage to the farmers who are associated with us, and day by day more farmers are getting associated with Rallis India. This particular project we have presented in various national and global platforms, and we have received the it is really helping the farmer to improve the processor here. So that's a very quick overview of our project. Happy to answer any question if any. Over to you, Dr. Chattopadhyay.
Fantastic, Mr. Taposh. Fantastic. Thank you. We heard one person at least from the industry and the R&D part of the story. We quickly move on to Dr. Bimal Kumar Bhattacharya. He is the Group Director for Agriculture, Forestry, Ecosystem Sciences and Application Group in the ISRO, in the Space Application Center at Ahmedabad. And you would be knowing possibly that he was also part of the Chandrayaan team, and they celebrated just yesterday the National Science Day. And just today morning, is back to Ahmedabad just to be with us. And 16th of August, the Earth observation satellite was launched. So Bimal, hearty congratulations again for that. And we'd like to hear from you about your comments. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think thanks, Dr. Chattopadhyay. So it was nice listening to all the experts before me. And whatever question, Chattopadhyay, you have posed earlier, that how ISRO can help through satellite program for agriculture. So it may be a long answer, but I will make it I'll cut it short. Already some slides we have incorporated in the overview, so that's why whatever I'll tell, it is a summarized thing verbally. If you see that now in the given new space policy, there are two different entities which have emerged. That is, one is that New Space India Limited. It functions like a commercial wing, and also in space that authorizes and promotes the space activities by the non-governmental entities. So apart from ISRO, within Department of Space, there are two other entities created from 2020 onwards, and there is space geospatial policy reforms also, through which ISRO actually has given the open access data up to 5 meter to all users. So these are two very important things. Now, so far, the new satellites or the supporting of the old satellites or continuity of satellites are concerned, it depends all on the needs of the users. So there are different categories of users, like scientific users, then operational users, mainly from the ministries, and then the commercial users, like this. I was hearing about this Rallis India, and there are many other agro tech industries which have come up, who are willing to use different kind of satellite data for their decision making. Now, for scientific users, they always look for the newer kind of observations, advanced kind of observations to search for or answer for some new questions. So in that case, we have partnered with the different international space agency like NASA to launch the NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar, and also the ISRO CNES thermal infrared mission for agriculture water management to provide a high resolution evapotranspiration on daily scale. And this mission is called Trishna. And future also some more missions are being planned. Now, once these missions are successful with the newer scientific data sets, and if it is proved to be to have the potential, so these can be repeated in the future, or there may be constellations we can expect in the future depending on the operational users. Now, government of India has decided that to spend money on the demand driven policy for the operational users. So there is an aggregation of demand which INSPACE is currently doing by contracting with different ministries, and based on that demand driven needs for the operational users, then ISRO has lined up with the next synthetic aperture radar like RISAT-1B. And for your information, RISAT-1A satellite, which is the C-band SAR, that also was funded by the 4 ministries. So RISAT-1B will be added to that, and there will be resource at 3. And Ministry of Agriculture has come up with the demand for the Bharat Krishi Sat. That will be the constellation of 2 satellites, which will provide the 5-meter at data at 3 the interval with newer kind of bands. Now, there are a lot of commercial perspectives also. Many commercial ventures want the hyperspectral imaging satellites. Now, based on these needs, actually, we have to see that what sort of cutting edge technologies for the newer observations which are available. So these actually compromise between the scientific, these needs of that different users, and as well as the technology available or technology in development and their technological readiness level. But future in the space sector is very bright. So a lot of satellites are going to come not only from India and across India through the ISRO's initiative ventures, and also the different other private entities. But definitely in ISRO's space policy, or government of India's space policy, up to 5-meter data, there will be no cost involvement. And on the other hand, we have the development towards the weather satellites, which we are moving from 3D INSAT 3rd generation satellite to the 4th generation satellites that will incorporate a lot of significant advancements in the bands, repeativity for consideration of different perspectives like the lightning sensors and many other things. So hope that it will add to agro advisory, then pest and disease advisories, and all these things. So in addition to the satellite building, there are a lot of private ventures which are approaching us to help them or to give them good guidance, and also through capacity building, and also to transfer of technology of the existing methods. So like there are some sugar based, so there are some geospatial companies which have approached that to help them for monitoring of the sugar mills, and we are helping them to transfer of the technology. And many have approached some companies have approached for joint R&D. So ISRO has opened up its doors for the applications oriented R&D, joint R&D, as well as also the transfer of technology. And in addition to that, we are also actually doing some basic research on using these some airborne studies using the hyperspectral as well as also the fluorescence spectroscopy. So all these things I think actually help country to help in this digital era. And for your information, just I would like to inform you that our methods over the last so many years actually has culminated into the establishment of the operational center of the Maulana Vish National Crop Forecast Center, New Delhi in 2012, and they are providing a lot of service to the government, and we are moving to a very ambitious project of fossil 2.0 and then India potato crop monitoring system, which are actually basically operational system where satellite data, AI, ML, all these things will be embedded. I am not narrating all these things. So there is a scope for the industry participation here also. Overall, if I can say that future of this space sector for agriculture to advance the digital agriculture is very, very bright, not only from the research perspectives, from the commercial perspectives, and the good governance perspectives. So with that thing, I end my view here. Thanks to all of you.
Dr.
Over to
Birmal
Dr. Chakraborty.
Rallies, Tapush from Rallies here. I have a question for you.
Yeah, please.
So, could you please let us know when the NICER will be operational and we will able to get the data from NICER satellite?
Yeah, NICER actually will be launched in the next year, probably the early part of the next year. And then it will take 6 months time for the calibration validation of the data. And then these data will be open to all.
Okay, means we can
through
expect
our NRSC Bhunidhi portal.
Okay, so maybe second half of next year, we can expect that NICER data will be available for consumption.
Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, it should have launched by now, but there was some delay from NASA side. There were some glitches in the hardware parts, so the payload has been taken back, and then again it will come. Though we have also our own payload there, so once it is rectified, then it will be integrated and then launched.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Bhattacharya, for the information.
Is Dr. Chattopadhyay there? I am not seeing that IMS.
Yeah.
There's a...
Yeah. Anyway, Dr. Vimal, I'm very much there.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll quickly move on. Dr. Pradeep Dey, are you there? Okay, so we move to another of our very prominent partners in this discussion. That is Dr. Sajal Kumar Biswas. He is presently Director Business Development with Vissochemical India and has over 30 years of experience in research and product development and with diversified industries and geographical locations. So he will briefly tell us his plans of the industry with special reference to crop protection because he is an expert on that aspect more to help realize the dreams of Indian farmers in the digital era. Over to you, Dr. Sajal.
Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty. Are you, I am audible?
Yeah, very much.
Okay. And thanks to the Indian Mycological Society, Calcutta, for inviting me as a panelist. So as we know that Indian agriculture and farmers, with the support of this digital technology, there are certain problems has been solved. So as the time is very short, I am touching only 2 points. One is the labor issue, the availability of the labor and the cost of the labor today is very high. So as since morning, we have seen some of the slides that use of drones. So one is the technology development of the drones, and then is the application. Now, as you know that government is very aggressive for implementation of the drones for spraying or other applications. So Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee has already approved drone application as a level expansion for almost all the registered products, means pesticides. Now coming to the next step is that who will run the drones? So it's a technology. So if we give it to must be the operators or private operators, then the cost of application will be very high and the purpose will not be solved. So as you know that Government of India has taken an initiative to resolve this and with the collaboration of the industry. So last year in November 23, there's a scheme has been developed as a drone Didi scheme. So 15,000 women will be trained to run the drones. And for this, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurs is organizing these training programs with the help of a organization called Remote Pilot Training Organizations. And this training program in different phases of 50 women per phase. And institute is the Skill Training Institute, National Skill Training Institute at Hyderabad and Noida. So this is going on from the government, and this is a PPP mode is going on, and Mahindra is the main party behind this scheme with the government. Now, parallel to that, there are a lot of optimization is also required because the water volume, the dosage, which is totally different than the normal foliar applications. So that part is also taken by the industry. Our partner companies, a lot of companies like Dhanuka, UPL, IPCO, they are in collaboration with the State Agriculture University. They are optimizing those drone application for the dosage, water volume, everything is ongoing. So now, you know that when advanced technology is getting to be implemented, there are always local challenges in India. So for drones also, I found that there may be some problems or limitations which needs to be resolved. Like you in your, Dr. Chakravarti, you have in your Chakravarti, in your slide, you mentioned that one problem is that the land holding. Of course, for the drone application, the land holding is a big problem. Suppose even a few acres or hectares of land, there are 5 farmers have a different crop. Now that drone needs to be optimized and then high technology to be involved. That because today I'm planning to use fungicide, my next farmer wants to use insecticide. So this type of problems are always there. Now, second problem is that most of our agriculture field, in between, there are high tension wires, poles are there. So which is the deterrent for the drones to apply or fly. Secondly, all the drones are basically battery operated. Now, if we don't have the recharge kiosk in the vicinity, near vicinity, then it will be maybe a big problem. So these limitations also needs to be taken care when the implementation part will be there. Now, second problem, another is that for decades, farmers are facing the spurious pesticides. They are not getting quality or genuine pesticides. The markets are full of spurious pesticides. Now, how to resolve it? There are insecticide rules, but it is difficult for the inspector to search and raid all these spurious, the godowns and everything. It's impossible. So it is a menace. So the industry has a lot of discussions and research on these. Ultimately, we have taken the digital support. Now, from 2020, government has made it mandatory for a QR code, quick response code, into the levels of the agrochemical products. So when a farmers go for purchase, he can scan, he can get the genuinity, because in the QR code, there are certain parameters are mandatory, like the name of the product, name of the manufacturer, name of and the expiry and manufacturing dates, any of these cautionary statement by the government, which is approved by CIVRC, everything should be there, and the customer care number, everything, so that at least the problems of these farmers has been almost solved. But today you also don't know, with the advancement of the technology, there is a misuse of the technology. So tomorrow we are not sure that where QR code can also be copied or maybe used as a spurious one. So these are basically the two aspects which I found that the industry has already done from the farmers support, from the digital with the digital support. I think with this short time, this is from my side. Thank you.
Wonderful. Dr. Bishwas, you just spoke through your wonderful experience, rich experience. So nice of you. We'll have the only representative from ICR for the nutrient management, nutrient and soil management. I invite Dr. Pradeep. Are you there? Yeah. Dr. Pradeep? Dr. Pradeep? Dr. Pradeep Dey. Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Dr. Pradeep Dey, he's an expert in GIS,
Am I
based.
audible?
Yeah, you are very audible, very much audible. Just introducing you.
Because
He's an expert on GPS.
putting off the video, trying to load my presentation. Okay.
No, you can speak verbatim just from the audio, because you are at the airport, Yeah.
Trying to
Yeah.
Now is it visible?
Absolutely fine.
Okay. So I am briefly speaking because already boarded the flight. So sorry for this inconvenience caused to all the audiences. But the thing is, first of all, thanks to all the organizer for giving this opportunity. So digital innovation for soil health management and agriculture. This is the particular thing that I will deal quickly. So in a particular parcel of land, when we are dealing with that, the production functions are actually in operation right from different topography of land, right from your upland, medium land, lowland, down the valley, and all the system of production that happens together. And we can also, if we put digital agriculture, particularly GPS, GIS based mapping, then these options, whatever we have, yield gap, whatever we have, all those things can be taken care of along with the different parameters and then correlated at different layers, superimposed to get the cluster map for actual intervention at field level. And even the socioeconomic parameter can be addressed. So this slide shows precision conservation and precision agriculture, how different layers can be stacked together, and we can address precision agriculture and precision conservation of different resources. And we know that in geoinformatics patterns that can be that can be correlated with relationships. Relationships can be hydrological or it can be lithological, like parent for rock formation and then soil formation and all those parameters, along with geomorphology, all these things we can superimpose, and then processes, different processes, those can be also dealt. So, is it okay?
It's fine.
I-
Please go ahead.
Okay, then GPS GIS maps, what we did so far, earlier it was a simple map. Now, all these maps, when you go deeper, then you can see all these dots are actually superimposition of 6 dots in a village, 2 from resource rich farmer, 2 from this medium resource farmer, and 2 resource poor farmer. And those are for a particular village, and then in all throughout the district, this type of resource-based map can be created, and then this helps in our this adaptive management tool as also whether which alternative is best, and then soil quality wise, we can take decisions like whether we can go back to a particular place after say 3 to 5 years in the time, down the timeline, and then we can again reanalyze and see whether it is aggrading, degrading, or sustaining. And based on that, we can choose whether alternative 1 or 2, which one is best. That we can also decide. And these are the maps throughout India that was prepared for micronutrient in different agroecologies. And then this is just an example of how we can superimpose different layers, say NPK and all other parameters, and this type of response management zone can be prepared. This is for Bikaner, but this can happen for any or for 173 districts that we have dealt in one particular mega project of throughout India. Then each color, wherever the same color, those response will be the same, and that can be dealt with a particular management practice. And unique thing is through these maps, along with STCR equation for a target yield, we can develop customized fertilizer. And here you can see this is from our Kalyani Center, where you can see the top one is conventional fertilizer management practice, and next one is customized fertilizer management. And this customized management was made with based on that superimposed map, and for a target yield, how much is the requirement of a particular nutrient. Sorry, just I'm coming back. And then you can see that nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash, little bit tweaking of those. In fact, it is decreased somewhat in case of customized fertilizer. And we increase 2 other nutrients, that is sulfur and zinc, for that place which is required. And then almost with the same costing, we can increase the yield and partial factor productivity of fertilizer. That is PAP is partial factor productivity of fertilizer. And this type of different decision support system was also created. This first one is Prime Minister inaugurated in soil health card scheme of Government of India. Next one is top one is from South India that was developed. Kiran portal is for Northeastern region. Top one is one example of Marathi and Hindi and English app, trilingual. And then another last one. This one is for Karnataka, one online fertilizer response management system. Those are developed, and that we can address to the grassroots level through these apps. Kisan 2.0, it integrates more than 300 agri apps in ICR, and then in a single interface in multiple Indian language, we can reach to farmer at their doorstep through mobile telephone. And we know with the mobile penetration increasing more and more, we can address to farmers' doorstep level their customized solution. And this one shows digital agriculture information system through Kishan Sarthi portal. This has integrated all other online system of Government of India, and this we developed just recently, and already in West Bengal, Odisha, and Andaman, this eastern part, this has already registration of more than 11 lakh farmers, and altogether we have reached to about now more than 1 crore. So we are targeting to reach all the farmers, 140 that million farmers, 14 crore farmers with time through this app. This is the present day position of Kisan Service Portal that was telling that in eastern region, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andaman and Nicobar, more than 11 lakh we could reach now. And through drone, another program, we already through ICR and Artery, we have given this drone based system from Government of India to and different KVKs and ICR Institute. So 287 pilot training has already taken place. Then 5 organizations set up. Then more than 26,000 demonstration, 20,000 area already covered, and we have planned to cover many more hectares in through drone. This shows field application, or even middle one, our Secretary there and BJICR in one of the demonstration, he was present in our zone in eastern region. So next one is just briefly introducing with the pulse spectroscopy is the next thing where we can through dry analysis we can switch over with time, and these are some example of spectra where we can very well determine what is the different, at least organic carbon, texture, and then nitrogen, pH, and EC. These 5 parameters we are fine, but phosphorus and potassium still have some problem. We are trying to fix that. But this may be the next thing, what is happening in digital agriculture. These are some spectra shown over here. X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy we tried, but this is good for total elemental analysis, not for available. So wherever we require heavy metal estimation, maybe it may be useful, but not for NPK or plant available material. Ion response, ion sensitive selectrode or ion sensitive electrode, this type of thing, type of sensors are coming, and for potassium, this we have seen is good thing. And this is some information which are fragmented. We are trying to pull together, and this is the 6 sub-repositories of Krishi portal developed by ICF, where we can see these 6 sub-repositories, technology repository, geo portal, then experimental data repository, survey data, observation of different study data repository, and publication repository. Here also you can find some of the resources of digital mapping. The RUBSYS is for rubber based system, and that we can see. And this through this we can integrate different systems. So this dual purpose of soil degradation and nutrient management we can do with the this type of system of digital agriculture. And this is what we are targeting, analyzing each parcel of land. This is a particular parcel of land, and each parcel of land we can digitally analyze through a cloud-based system. We can develop customized solution, and it can reach to mobile of a particular farmer directly. So thank you very much. Sorry for rushing through all the presentation. Had it been physically present there, presenting a PPT would have been better, but this is PPT presentation through mobile is difficult. But just I was presenting the PDF of PPT version. So thanks for patient listening, and thank you one and all.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Pradeep De. You know, whatever
Dr. Chattopadhyay.
you hear. Yeah. Yeah.
Dr. Chattopadhyay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I have just one question to Dr. Pradeep. Yeah, actually, you have shown that soil spectroscopy. Okay. So do you think that space-based do you think that there is a need of any satellite which can provide the imaging spectroscopy data for better soil health assessment?
Yeah, actually, with the advent of hyperspectral hyperspectral analysis and hyperspectral data, we can have, say, satellite data, hyperspectral data, drone data, and then ground truthing. This layering from say location specific to regional specific, that can be sequentially, what we can say, we can have a kind of sequentially, it can be scaled up, and then prediction. Like earlier, we had a problem of
Now, my specific question, I understood. I understood my specific question.
It is possible.
Nana, do you think that is there any requirement of any new kind of satellite from which you can propose from ICA to ISRO or Government of India for hyperspectral satellite for India? Do you think that there is a need?
Yeah. Why I'm telling why I was mentioning about hyperspectral. Earlier, we have seen during my association in Central Soil Salinity Research Institute, while mapping saline soil, there is a masking effect of sand and salt. But with hyperspectral, we could specifically avoid those type of problems. So hyperspectral.
No, that is fine.
Better.
That is fine. I am not going detail into the science part. What I am asking is that if you feel from ICAR that there is a strong need to have our own hyperspectral satellite from Indian soil, so so you can propose it to Government of India, maybe through the generation of aggregated demand, and then it can be forwarded to ISRO. That is my
Sure. That will be very good, actually. Very good. Sure. So now I have to close because already it is evening and the aircraft. So thank you one and all. I am just going out because
yeah, he actually is leading the Kisan Sarthi, and whatever you hear about soil health.
Thank you, Chattopadhyay sir.
Actually led the program. So sorry for the technical issues. We move on further. So from the industry, we have another masterpiece, and that is our senior Sri Joyanto Chakraborty. He is a consultant with the Indophil Industries Limited, heading the Bangladesh business of Indophil Bangladesh Industries, with over 35 years of experience in rural marketing. So I invite you, Dr. Sri Chakraborty, to through FPOs by technology and technology adoption and total ecosystem development. He is also the president of the Eastern India Crop Care Association, member of the CII in their agriculture and food subcommittee, chairperson of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries for agriculture. So kindly tell us about your plans for the farmers. Please come. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. I think enough digital we have discussed today, and lunch time is proceeding. So our next, I think we should move there. I'll take 3 to 4 minutes only. First of all, thanks to the association for giving me the chance. You see, India is one of the largest food, dairy, poultry, aquaculture, and fiber crop producing countries in the world, and producing $500 billion productions with a 15.4% of the global food share. So any intervention in this ecosystem is always welcome. And the beauty of India is that India is having more than 14 crores of farmers. So to have a 14 crore farmers under the same umbrella, you need to have digital, otherwise physical form, it is next to impossible actually. But we are listening all these interventions in the digital perspective, but I think ultimate aim is also to increase the farmers' income also. So because all these convergence, digital agriculture should come to farmers' income actually. So there is the why in India still now the adoption level of digital in farmer level is absolutely low. Is low because there are two sets of data that generated. One is for the policymakers, for the forecasting, for the productions, for the flood, and for all those policy making decisions. That is first class. But the operational point of view, it is taking much of time because the fragmentation is too high, education level is not that much, and the crop diversity is very huge. And moreover, sustainability comes very visible when farmers have a genuine income. And empty stomach cannot think sustainability. You have to have enough money to have the nature. Because if I tell one rural woman in the forest area, please do these things, it will give sustainability. Farmers' income, then sustainability. If you see the industry, post 2008, there's a huge intervention is taking place actually. Lots of farming entrepreneurs, startup companies have come up. If you visit offices in Bangalore or Hyderabad or in some Noida, in agricultural offices, I am telling you, you'll be amazed to see there are 600 or 700 young boys and girls who are working. They are only doing one business. They are doing data churning. They are doing data only. On those data, this entire business is running now. So whatever is there, now the valuation of the company depends on how much patent you have, how much data you have. So this is the areas where agriculture is taking a shape and industry is coming hugely on this thing. On the output market linkage, it has come very nicely. But to cut it short, I think digital agriculture in India, on the operational point of view, needs 4 or 5 interventions actually. One is to increase the productivity following good agricultural practices, which still is a challenge area. If you go to the villages of the West Bengal or Bihar or Assam, good agricultural practice is a challenge where digital intervention can take a very good support to these farmers. Then another one, why this is not being adopted so fast? Because the credit linkage to the farmer is absolutely poor. If credit linkage is a must, for which seamless credit flow to the farmer is important, for which this year budget announcement of government, the digitization of entire cropping area is going to be a revolutionary statement to the digital agriculture. If the entire farm areas of the India is being mapped, then that can be linked with their bank account, and then the digital formations can take place for seamless girls. So this is one. Then farm mechanization, we are much below standard in farm mechanizations because day before yesterday I was in Alipurduar. I was discussing with a farmer. Their cost of production is almost 14,000 per bigha. They are earning 12,000 per bigha. For it is a like that spraying need to have which can optimize their operations actually. And then most importantly, two things are there. That is farm mechanization. Apart from that, market linkage. What I produce, even today, what you are producing, you are not in a position to sell. Farmer ambitious because of that. So digital intervention should take place into that level so that farmers' output is linked to the market and market can do this thing. How it is possible? Only possible through farmers producer organizations. In individual, you cannot do it. If in masses, power of aggregation should come place. FPOs, cooperative, farmers clubs can be the model operations for doing this thing. And last but not the least, I should say, traceability and residue management in the farmers produce is one of the very burning issues now. because lots of pesticide residues or any or unwanted material, heavy material, all those things are coming, which farmers are not aware of this present also. So lots of industries are working on this thing, on residue, on market linkage, on farm mechanizations, on carbon trading. Everything is going there, but the adoption will be much more faster when the farmer will earn more, and he will have a because a farm family nowadays earns per month 8 to 9,000 rupees, which is too low for them to survive, which should be more, and so that all adoption convergence can take place for a prosperity India. Thank you all.
So nice, Sri Joyanta Chakraborty. We move on to another person from industry. Sri Snehashish Mujumdar is the former Vice President of Arista Life Sciences, Mumbai. Kindly tell us about your plans with farmers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Already we are running behind the schedule. So I'll just briefly talk about what is our future in digital age. All is what digitalization of agriculture. Whether our traditional or conventional agriculture is failed, the answer is no. With this traditional and conventional agriculture, we have so far fed 1.3 billion of people, and we are exporting. We are one of the largest exporter of agri commodities. But why we are looking forward to a digital era or digital agriculture? Now we have seen the farm mechanization when there is a acute shortage of farm laborers. We have seen use of sugar plucking, mechanized plucking, transplanter, harvester, sugarcane harvester. All this mechanization has been adopted just to accommodate the scarcity or shortage of farm laborers. But the major question comes in when we are going to feed in 2050, our requirement of food production should be doubled. As the population is growing, exploding, so we need to produce almost twice the production we have right now. When the urbanization is taking place rapidly and the farming area is reducing, the only alternative is there in front of us is to increase our productivity. Now, as Professor Ghosh already mentioned, all this digital technology or digital process, whatever we are adopting, that is whether it is affordable to our farmers or not. Because especially in West Bengal, if we see, our land holding is very small. It is in 10 to 15 decimals, even less. So in that case, all these Sayadri farm, I visited Sayadri farm also a number of times. So those who can afford. But here in West Bengal or in eastern part of India, the farmers are marginal farmers. They cannot afford to go for this kind of a practice. Secondly, the farmers are confused here. There are three questions, basic questions among the farmers. What to grow, when to grow, and where to sell. If I produce, where to sell. And what to grow, either they follow the leader, the traditional practice, or or they follow the bigger farmers. That is the practice here in West Bengal as of now. They do not know what to grow, whether paddy, whether pulses, whether it's oilseed, or anything else. Secondly, when to grow, whether it is in summer, whether it is in winter, whether it is in a rabi, or in that kind of thing. So that is also not known to the farmers. So first of all, we need to educate the farmers. We need to uplift them, upgrade them. Then only we can adopt this kind of technology. I have a small experience with the rural areas. If we normally farmers reaches to the retailers of the pesticide and farmers. For any problem they face in the field, they go to the retailers for the solution. Most of the retailers, I will not say illiterate, they are not qualified enough to advise them. So what they do, they give mix of pesticides or some fungicides, and at the end, they add some tonic. That is the solution. So if we cannot assess or identify the pest or fungi, or any fungus or weeds, there is no point in going for any technological development. So whatever we should adopt, that should be in a cooperative basis. In West Bengal in particular, I've seen it is possible in Gujarat, it's possible in Maharashtra, Karnataka, where the big farmers are there, big land holdings are there. But here, the cooperative movement only can absorb this kind of expenditure and this kind of a technology. I had a small experience with micro irrigation. I had an opportunity to work with Netafim Israel as well as Aditech of Jordan. Those were pioneer in drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigations. I have seen their field where in a button they are irrigating a 250 to 500 acres of plot with varied so with a button, they can irrigate entire farm blockwise and with the nutrient wherever it is required. And now they have integrated that technology with AI, when based on the crop stage, whether it's a growing stage, flowering stage, or fruiting stage, that also decided by the computer, and it is being irrigated and nutrition is given accordingly. So that is the thing. So in case we want to adopt any digital technology where it is affordable, when it will be affordable, then only it can be implemented, especially in West Bengal, I can say. And as of now, digital technology, definitely it can help us, like blockchain, IoT, or commerce. As we have already known, whatever we sold, whatever we are producing, where is the market? Now market is reaching us, coming to our doorstep. So there are a lot of e-chopals you must have heard, like ITC e-chopal, Godrej has got e-chopal, Reliance has got e-chopal, Adani Wilmar has got e-chopal. That means the market is coming to the door of the farmers. You need not to go to the mandi or farm market or hut to sell your produce. So that is also part of the digitalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Majumdar. Very lucid and simple way of putting things. We move on to Sri Subroto Ghosh. He's the business head of the East for Smith & Smith Chemicals Limited, Kolkata. And he will talk to you about the plans in the industry.
Good afternoon. If everybody is hungry, I'll take very little time. I have a crazy plan for the common farmers. Everybody has talked about the digitalization and technical aspects. But my whatever I've seen in the field is that the farmers, the small farmers, need ease of selling. They want ease of selling. So my plan is that the apex body, whoever is the apex body, they should make a cluster, tehsil or block-wise crop, 4 to 5 crop blocks, in which farmers will be trained with all modern techniques, digital helps to grow the crops as per the possibility of export and local use. So this can be subsidized. The government, instead of giving more subsidy, blanket subsidy, they can focus this localized crop production, and local cold chains should be developed, which should serve, these farmers can bring their products in the cold chain. They can there should be some, a process of grading and storage. The entire process will help the farmers, small farmers, who bring the products in the market, in the cold chain, have it graded, and there should be some e-interface where they can sell their products. So this is the idea that, the small farmers have the ease of selling. They can come to the e-commerce platform and sell their products after it is uniformly graded. So this is all the crazy, idea of what I have jotted from my mind, because until and unless the farmers are not capable of selling their products with ease, whatever technology we develop, whatever technology we try to give, it will not, sustain. The farmers will not gain out of it. Thank you.
Wonderful, Mr. Ghosh. And then, everybody has posed questions about policy matters and economics as related to the farmers. And although she is the only person, we have Dr. Rajni Jain now, and she has a computer science background, and she has actually contributed in the area of digital agriculture, developing the AI technologies and models for crop protection and planning, decision support systems, information systems. And she works with the Center for Agriculture Policy. I think we'll have at least a few answers from her side. Over to you, Dr. Rajni Jain, madam, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. 1 minute, just a minute. Video is not visible. Okay. Yeah. So I hope I am audible. I'm really delighted to be a speaker for this very interesting topic, which is dear to my heart. So policies supporting digital agriculture. In fact, I have been working on a project where we are studying digital innovations which are going on in agriculture from the past 1.5 years, and what have been their impact and what kind of problems are there. So let us just have a quick look at agriculture situation in India, considering the case of paddy, which is almost there for everyone in every state, and everybody consumes it. So if we see, it gives the problems, and these problems have been highlighted by one or more speakers also. For example, sources of seeds, from where they purchase, local markets. You see, 67% purchase from local markets. So these are some of the problems. Then sources of pesticides, 87% purchase from the local markets. Then access to credits. So only 23% have the institutional access to credits. And then chemical fertilizer sources, again, 84% from local markets. So like that, what we find is that wheat farmers, they don't have access to the genuine products, be it seeds, pesticides, credit, chemical fertilizers, or even marketing channels. Like Government of India is making so much efforts in having ENAM and other things, APMC market and all, but farmers, they are forced to sell because of their own problems in the local market. So then coming to insurance, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, the scheme is there, but there are only 2% of the farmers who are having this crop insurance, which is not linked to loan. 6% they are having crop insurance linked to the loans, and only 8% are actually having this. So that means there are some major challenges which needs to be resolved using these technologies. AI, precision farming, blockchain, drones, remote sensing. And we have seen like many of the speakers, they are giving, solutions from these technologies. Now, AI, like we have interviewed and gone to actually see the technologies developed by various entrepreneurs with the help of these technologies, how they are solving these problems. For example, this availability and accessibility to good quality seeds. So there are problems. The farmers are using only 25% own seeds they are using, and lower varietal replacement rate. So accessibility to good quality fertilizers. So imbalance, even if it is there, they have imbalance in fertilizer use. Just 2 days before, I had an opportunity to visit a farm where drone was being used for applying the pesticides and nano urea and nano DAP. So the farmers, they were saying, we actually don't want this urea and DAP at the moment in our sugarcane crop. But since the company, they are not allowing to spray only the pesticide, so we have to use it. So I am really surprised, like how these things are being done when we are, promoting one technology. We are, on the other hand, promoting imbalance use also. Just because of the company's policy that they have given the drone free, so they want to, promote their product, and they will not allow only spray of pesticide and other things. Similarly, mechanization. Many speakers have told low level of mechanization. So maybe we can make use of digitalization to solve it. Uberization, the Uberization of machines. Then plant protection. Like we have seen, many speakers have given how AI and all is useful. But like then if we have timely diagnosis, then we can avoid this excessive use and cost of plant protection chemicals. I have seen one of the entrepreneur like using drones for timely diagnosis of the abiotic and biotic stress in the field and identifying the hotspots using drone technology, and then giving specific advisory to the farmers that okay, your field has stress at these particular points, so you can apply your chemicals at these points. Then access to market, awareness of prices. So these problems are also being resolved by government also, but still it is not penetrating to at the farm level because of maybe awareness and many other issues. And with this, cost of cultivation is also rising, so making it difficult to afford the new technologies also. So overall, NSSO survey has shown that there is an information asymmetry across the supply chain. For example, in improved seeds, only 35% farmers have the proper knowledge. How to apply fertilizer, only 24% farmers. Then plant protection. For plant protection, only 18% farmers. Then farm machinery, 1.52% have access to this. And harvesting and marketing also the same number. So these are the weak points in our agriculture where digitalization should be used. And the technologies, like I think nowadays everyone is aware of AI, precision farming, blockchain, drones and remote sensing. Blockchain not much covered, but blockchain can be used for traceability of inputs as well as traceability of the outputs from farm to plate. Yeah. So then there are some policy initiatives that were taken care by the government also to support the digitalization in the past. National e-governance plan in agriculture, where common services are made available online. Then AgriStack, digital platform where traders, farmers, and input suppliers all can be brought at the same platform. And government has been promoting digital payment ecosystem like anything. So these are like, these have been in use from quite some time. So I will just focus on this Digital India and Startup India program, like how they are being used. So Digital India, we know it is an umbrella under which many schemes are being integrated. And we are surprised to see that right now there are, in India, we have 751 million internet users, 52.4%. That means social media users are 32%. And out of internet users, 61% of internet users have social media. Still, we say that our farmers are not aware of. So, like if we look at the digital literacy level in agricultural households, we will find at casual labor who are in agriculture, 13% farmers. 13% households have a digital literacy, while the farmers who are self-employed in agriculture, 26% is the digital literacy level. So that means there is a digital divide. The slide shows the status of digital device in rural households and urban households. This red region, these are the states which are very poor in digital literacy among rural households. It is this is based on NSSO data. So our main challenge is to bridge this digital device. So if we can bridge this digital divide, digital gap, then it will be possible to make use of the new innovations which are coming in the form of AI and digitalization to make them reach to the farmers. So infrastructure, literacy, and affordability. So these are the keywords like which can bridge the digital gap. So anyway, I'm just skipping this. This Digital India, there are 9 pillars. Out of this, one pillar is E-Kranti, which is electronic delivery of services. Under this E-Kranti, so one of the component is that farmers should be provided with the technology. So, so that we have direct impact on agriculture sector and improve the income of the farmers. So now this Government of India, for this purpose, under this scheme itself, Government of India have taken, everybody says market is the first key. If farmer knows how to get the best output from his best price from his produce, then like he will be able to solve the other problems on his own. So, for example, this ENAM, which is a Government of India initiative. So at present, 1.77 crore farmers and 2.53 lakh traders are registered. No registration fees for farmers. It is affordable as well as inclusive. And right now it has connectivity with 1389 mandis across the states. So they are there. And it has been in operational from 8 years, this portal. But still, like when I go to villages and meet farmers, they are not even aware of what is ENAM. Like we can forget about access and utilization of this. So maybe some kind of awareness is needed. Then there are so many other initiatives of government, even all initiatives that government has right now, they have some kind of digital component, be it Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, Soil Health Card, Kisan Call Center, AgriStack, BharatNet, where objective is to expand rural broadband connectivity. Because without this, farmers cannot use this digital technologies. However, like in the village, when we go, we find there is no connectivity as such. They do not have. How can they make use of, precision farming and IoTs in their field when we don't have such connectivity? So these are major challenges are awareness, farmers' own literacy, then digital literacy, infrastructure in the form of availability of internet, and then making these services affordable. So further, to make them affordable, to make them reach to the farmer, Startup India program, which was launched in 2016, it catalyzes the culture of startup, and then many startups, they emerged for using this AI in agriculture. So government has this actions on this. Objective was simplification and hand-holding of startups so that they can have easier compliance and they can concentrate on innovations. And for this, government took many policies and initiatives of incubation, industry, academia partnerships. Many institutes in ICR also, provided incubation, IRI, NARM, and many other. Then some good initiatives have emerged, and these startups, they are making digital technologies accessible and affordable to the farmers. But the problem right now is these startups, they are not able to achieve their break even. So they right now it is not financially viable for them. So it is not going to be sustainable in long terms. So while interacting with many of these entrepreneurs, I come to know that at present, instead of focusing on their own innovation, they have started, buying the produce also from the farmers, because farmers is not willing to pay at all for any of the innovation. So in order to just be sustainable or sustain for some time, they have gone into these transactions also, transactions of the agricultural produce from the farmers, then also transactions related to input supply to the farmers. They have tie-ups with other this thing. So this drones, like for input production, drones are also being used for hybrid evaluation trials. Monitoring is done so that you get the good quality seeds. For e-commerce of inputs. So then for machine hiring, we say low level of mechanization, true. But we can have Uberization of machinery hiring. So then input traceability. So it is available in Sathi, seed traceability, authentication, holistic inventory. And then subsidies are directly coming to the farmers through DBTs. Then monitoring, also startups are there, farm monitoring ke liye. They are providing the hotspots where stress is coming in the farm so that precise management of weeds, pest and disease takes place. Then farm level ERP, digital ledgers for tracking everyday transactions. So there are many implementations which are going on at farm level. Post-harvest management also. Digitally, like in warehouse, we have IoTs, which are able to have proper mapping of temperature and humidity to keep the farmer produce secure, and farmer can monitor them, his produce from his phone. So that like now, if we have to enhance digitalization in agriculture, then more evidence should be provided to the farmers, like how these digital technologies will have impact on their farms. And these are some of the challenges which have been taken care by many of the previous speakers. Let me give briefly on what kind of policy implications at farm level and farm level and entrepreneur level. So at farm level, one is agri-digital subsidy. Government is providing subsidy on fertilizer and MSP for taking their produce and other seeds and drones nowadays. So drone is a kind of agriculture digital subsidy only. So such kind of subsidies are needed at initial level. So these subsidies should be provided either to the farmers who are adopting it, or maybe to the entrepreneurs who are doing this. This is the last slide. Then digital awareness, like everybody feels, and then demonstration of the technology beforehand. It is not reaching to the farmers. And another thing is, being the marginal and small farm sizes, it is not viable to the entrepreneurs or the innovators. So cluster-based implementation is possible if culture of FPO and self-help groups is further promoted. So then it can be made affordable to the farmers, affordable to the entrepreneurs also. And at entrepreneur level also, so much has to be done, and ease of doing business needs to be further, supported. And like I come across many entrepreneurs, they say even developing the technology at the entrepreneur level right now is very difficult because the softwares which are required for this are very costly. So open source cloud platforms are needed, and then agricultural technology hub where they can provide their technology, and data policy. Now since all these IoTs and these digital services, they are capturing farmers data, so who is the owner of that data? Farmer should be the owner. So there should be some policy on like where this data can be shared, how this should be shared, and how confidentiality should be maintained. On the other hand, government departments, government institutes have a lot of data. These entrepreneurs, they require those data for their further research and innovations. So that policy should be there. ISRO has Dr. Bhattacharya already told that they have this open data policy now. Then seamless API integration, like this Egg Market Net, where price information is there. It can reach to the farmer's mobile if API integration can be done with the mobile advisory. And public-private partnership is must. Research has to be done in collaborative mode, because research institutions like ICR, they can do research, but how to take it to the farmer? So that can be done only if some MOUs with the entrepreneurs are there, and then they can take it to the public. At the same time, they need some certification from ICR about their technology. So there should be some systematic impact studies with third parties like NIAP, which can tell, okay, these particular technologies are really impactful, and that will build confidence of the stakeholders, means farmers or FPOs or other implementing agencies. Then for drones, which are recently into the market, I feel there is a need for standardization of water requirement for pesticide spray, herbicide sprays, because in the field, when I saw that in different areas, different drone pilots, they are using different water requirement depending upon how farmer is getting satisfied. They themselves says that it is yet to come. Farmer says that it has to be standardized. Company should write on the bottle itself that for drone application, how much should be the water, for normal manual means how much should be the water. Right now they are confused, because the bottle says, for example, 250 ml of water should be used for this particular pesticide, but the drone can take only 10 ml of water, 10 liter of water. So they are not sure whether we are doing the right thing, but they don't have options. And then for drone services itself, crop specific price fixing should be there, because for certain crops, charging the same amount as for the sugarcane crop may not be a good option, because then farmers, they prefer to do it themselves instead of going for drones. So these are some of the policy implications. There are a number of small micro points under each of these policy implications, but I give it a stop here. So these are some of my viewpoints regarding these policy implications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for excellent coverage of the policy issues. And I think many people have questions, but we have one more speaker with lifetime experience in the fishery Kendra system. Dr. Narayan Chandra Shahu, who is the head of the Shosho Shamala Krishi Vigyan Kendra, and he will tell us about his views on the aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chattopadhyay. Am I audible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chattopadhyay, and thanks to Indian Mycological Society inviting me to this August gathering. From the morning, I am listening to the deliberations of our learned panelists on the transformation of Indian agriculture to the digital era. And I have learned a lot about digital transformation in agriculture. Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, I am unfortunate rather not to be able to attend it physically. Many are with the youth, that is the farmers. I am from Krishi Vigyan Kendra. I know whether all of you have Am I audible?
Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, whether all of you a clear idea about KVK system. Presently, there are 731 Krishi Vigyan Kendras in almost 550 rural districts of the country. We at the KVKs are not technology, rather technology disseminators. Our message is give us technology, train us, train our experts, demonstrate it in our KVK instructional farms, and we will take it to the farmers. Now KVKs are now facilitating FPOs and FPCs. Recently, we have signed tripartite memorandum of understanding. Hello? Hello? Am I audible? Hello? Am I audible? Dr. Chattopadhyay, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. So because of this huge network of KVKs and its link with farmer producers organizations, farmer producers companies, self-help groups, any information or any technology can be taken to the farmers very easily. And we are mandated with that responsibility. Our farmers, most of the farmers are resource poor farmers. So during technology development, the scientists have to keep in mind that the technologies must be resource poor farmer zone, that is farmer friendly, that must be low cost in order to popularize those technologies, and those are to be used by the farmers. You see these artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, then sensors, drones, satellites. These are all big names to the resource-poor farmers. But you see, mobile phones with Android technology has reached to the hands of common farmers. So the digital technologies should be of such type which must be user-friendly. I can share with you my experience of drone demonstration by the KVKs. You see, in one fine morning in 2022, agricultural universities, ICR institutes, and KVKs were given about 17.5 lakhs of rupees for drone purchase and demonstration. And we didn't have any idea about use of drones and its use protocols. Again, the drone operators should be licensed pilots. So we have the target of 250 hectare demonstration. So gradually our subject matter in spite of our repeated knocking and requests, we were not given any protocols. That is what will be the dose of chemicals or fertilizers. As the efficiency of drone spraying is much more, then we think the dose must not be the same in our traditional use. Then what will be the height of drones for effective spraying? Whether there is crop specificity, that is height of drones may change depending on the crop height. So
I think Dr. Shahu, the
or what
connectivity is very unstable.
The harmful
So
effect
I
on
think we
crop.
will
Yes.
continue with it later on. Okay. I think thank you all the panelists for kindly contributing.
Oh,
yeah, please.
So the authority is very much happy with some photographs and the achievement of target area. So drone demonstration is finished almost. Now we are facing with the burden of renewal of insurance of these drones. We have purchased 2 drones, so we are facing with our burden is heavy. So again, crop monitoring is not possible with these drones because there is no camera in it, which is very much costly. So before demonstration, what I see, before demonstration in the field, everything should be streamlined first. Then it should be taken to the farmers. Otherwise, farmers will be confused. They will have no trust on these technologies. Money will be spent without any tangible result. The same thing Dr. Pradeep Dey about a big network, but it works. It doesn't work well. So then KVKs have also some limitations with limited manpower and skyrocketing expectations from the ICAR institutes, Ministry of Agriculture, state departments, universities. It has become difficult for us to rise to the expectations always. So trained manpower is required, and KVKs are there for the farmers, for the farmer service, for taking digital technology to the field. I think long way to go to take the digital agriculture to the farmers level. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Because of the initiative of the Government of India and Honorable Prime Minister, driven at the ICR level by our Honorable Director General, and who is also the President of the NAAS, this initiative was taken. And as our Chairman, Dr. Das, pointed out at the beginning of this session, that why we wanted this, workshop. This is going to culminate in a national level workshop at Delhi on 12th, 13th December. So I think many will have the e-connectivity for attending that. With that, I think Dr. Das and Dr. Dasgupta, any closing comments? Yeah. I think everyone is hungry. Yes. And we have listened about the digitization of agriculture, different aspects, digitization. Actually, only I think this should be keep in mind about the marketing of the produce by the farmer. They are facing very difficulty in marketing their products, and they are not that is crop insurance. Crop insurance should be implemented, and this should be given steps by the government to give the farmer their proper support so that they can get their produce money if they lost due to weather calamities. That's all. I think our chairman, Dr. Das, also will make his conclusive remarks.
I should not take much time because all are hungry at this time. So you will see it's a good deliberations. Not only the digital agriculture points has been covered, allied to how to promote this digital into the profit to the farmers endpoint. Finally, we talk about the farmer profitability or farmers income. We are talking the doubling the farmers income per crop, more crops. All these things if we interlink, finally we have so much problems or somebody just like we are talking IoT, so much interconnectivity is required to address those problems. And this has been addressed here, but only thing that how it reaches to the government level, the planners, policy makers, that is the need of the hour. If we do all these times, we can talk here and finish in it. The only thing that if we can write one page recommendation, send to the different agency, not that 7, 8 bullet points. Now we can, maybe there are 10, 12 panelists, but out of that precisely 7, 8 bullet points, that will send to this. This is the need of the hours. We are talking, you are spending, you are investing. Finally, just like from these large farmers, who are the innovators, they can able to spend. But just like farmer producer organizations, all these things with the clusterings, maybe we just like your potato systems in here or shrimp farming, how that is things. So that way the technology infusions will come. So that will leads to the development in Indian sectors and digital economy. Maybe number one, maybe we talk about next 5 years, we'll reaching to these things. So that is the maybe my opinion in these things. And I don't take much of the time of you. So let us conclude the program. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, all the speakers and chairpersons and rapporteur, I think, has taken sufficient notes to prepare the recommendation. Dr. Subrata Datta, he has been working on that. I saw him writing meticulously. So I would now request Dr. Surekha Kundu to offer the vote of thanks for the proceedings. And after she says, I just have a few words. Surekha.
I've been given the pleasant duty of offering the vote of thanks. On behalf of the Mycological Society, I'd like to extend my heartiest thanks to our chief guest, Professor C. Manoharachari, who has taken time out to be present in today's meeting. I'd also like to thank Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay, guest of honor, for taking an active interest in this program and also gracing the occasion. The interest and assistance of Dr. Himanshu Pathak, DG ICAR, and President NAAS in this NAAS-PAAS program is highly appreciated. I'd like to offer my heartfelt thanks to Professor Rita Kundu, Head, Department of Botany, for gracing the occasion and providing her support at all times. Help from the faculty members of the department is also appreciated. I extend my thanks to Dr. B.K. Das, Director and Convener of NAAS, Kolkata Regional Office, and Chairman of this workshop. All speakers, both online and offline, of the workshop are also profusely thanked for taking time out and making their presentations. We are grateful to Professor B.N. Chakraborty, Vice President, IMS, and convener of this program. I'd also record my thanks to Professor Basudev Dasgupta, Vice President, IMS, and Chairman of the workshop, and to Dr. Subroto Dotto, Rapporteur of the workshop, for conducting this session. Members of NAAS, Kolkata Regional Center, who have come here and participated in the event are also thanked. All the members of IMS, as well as others who have registered and participated in this event, are also thanked. IMS acknowledges the effort made by myself, Dr. Surekha Kundu, and my research scholars, Manisha, Camelia, Sumanita, and Moumita, who have worked tirelessly for this beautiful floral decoration and other arrangements. Last but not the least, I'd like to thank other staff members of IMS, as well as Department of Botany, for their help. Support from the press, printers are acknowledged. Financial assistance received from Razor Group is acknowledged. Donation received from members are also acknowledged. Thank you.
So thank you, Surekha. And with this, the whole workshop and the program is concluded. Those you all please proceed for lunch, which is ready. And those who want certificates, please come to the IMS room after the lunch. Then we will give you the certificates. Only those who want the certificates, you please come. And to online members also, we have concluded and we are leaving this. Okay, bye-bye to everyone.